Meet Layla Jennings, a young woman trapped in her own body. She's given a chance for escape and a fresh beginning. Everything has a price, even if she isn't the one who will bear it. Welcome to a special series from Code and Consciousness. In the near future, death isn't the end. It's just the beginning of a new contract. Welcome to the Afterlife trap, where the afterlife is digital, and your soul comes with a subscription. These are the stories of those who entered, and those who want out. Layla drifted in and out of awareness beneath the soft glow of the hospice room's overhead light. Most days, her world was a haze of pain, sedatives, and the murmurs of caregivers. She had long since stopped marking time by the clock. Instead, her life was punctuated by occasional visits from her mother, eyes rimmed red and the presence of an impeccably dressed stranger named Ava Moreno. Layla first noticed Ava when the woman set a glossy folder on the small bedside table. At the time, Layla was too tired to engage in more than a confused blink, her body consumed by the ache of late-stage cancer.
Hello, Layla.
Ava had said softly. Her voice was low and confident, though tempered with a pleasant bedside manner.
I'm from Eternity Corporation. We offer a unique service that might help.
Layla's eyelids fluttered. She registered more the shape of Ava's words than their meaning. Yet something about help tugged at her thoughts. Ava continued, opening the folder.
With our Forever program, you can transition. We'll upload your consciousness. You'll be free from pain. And you'll get to choose how you appear in this new life. Any age, any style. It's like building your ideal self.
At that, Layla's cracked lips parted in a faint smile, though she wasn't sure if Ava saw it. A healthy body, she thought dreamily. She couldn't even remember what it felt like to walk without wincing, to breathe without her lungs burning.
Sounds nice,
Layla managed in a barely audible whisper. Ava patted her hand.
We'll talk more when you're feeling up to it. Rest for now.
Layla closed her eyes, drifting back into the fog of medications and fatigue. Through the haze, she caught glimpses of Ava's suit jacket and the sparkle of her name badge. The words, "No cost to you," echoed faintly as she slipped under once more. Days later, Layla wasn't sure how many, she found Ava sitting quietly by her bedside. This time, Layla felt more lucid. The morning's dose of painkillers had partially worn off. A dull ache throbbed in her bones, but at least she could think clearly enough to form sentences. Ava smiled when Layla stirred.
Good afternoon, Layla. I wanted to check in.
Layla's mother, Catherine, lingered in the corner, arms folded as if she couldn't quite decide what to say. She met Layla's gaze with a worried look before shifting her eyes to Ava. Taking a breath, Layla gestured for Ava to continue.
You mentioned uploading me,
Layla rasped.
but I'm worried about my mother.
She glanced at Catherine, recalling how her mother had lost both Layla's father and brother in a single catastrophic traffic accident years ago. The tragedy had nearly destroyed Catherine's spirit.
She's already been through so much.
Layla said, her voice cracking.
When I die,
She trailed off, swallowing around the lump in her throat. Ava leaned forward, sympathy in her eyes.
That's exactly why this can help. Your mother won't have to lose you entirely. You'll be here, in digital form. She can visit you through our VR interfaces. It might ease her grief.
that's not all.
Layla added, voicing the deeper fear that had haunted her since Ava's first pitch.
My dad and brother, if there's a real afterlife, I want to see them. I don't want to end up stuck somewhere else.
Ava nodded as though she had heard this question 100 times.
We've consulted with religious leaders across denominations. Locally, your bishop has endorsed the idea that your soul still moves on in the traditional sense. The upload is just a copy of your consciousness data. You won't be prevented from entering whatever afterlife you believe in. You could even leave our digital environment at any time.
Catherine spoke for the first time, her voice trembling.
But how can we know it's not tampering with her soul?
It's a question that so many people have prayed over. That's why our company has spent so much time with leaders from many faiths, including yours.
Ava said gently.
They see no conflict with the scripture, and many have given sermons about how our service proves that there is an afterlife. If it offers you comfort, Layla, and helps your mother cope, it's worth considering. Remember, you'll have a chance to choose your ideal self. Think of it as being restored to the body you were meant to have.
A faint spark of hope lit in Layla's chest. It felt selfish, yet also like a lifeline for her mother too.
I just don't want her to suffer again.
I understand.
Ava's voice softened.
Take your time. I'll be back to answer any more questions.
By the time Ava returned, Layla had only a few days left. Her decline had been swift. The cancer was merciless. She lay propped up on pillows, breaths shallow, eyes sunken but still holding a glimmer of resolve. Catherine hovered at her daughter's side, pale and exhausted from sleepless nights. Ava moved a chair closer to the bed, her expression serious. She placed a contract and a pen on the rolling table.
I'm sorry to see you in pain, Layla. If you sign these forms, we can proceed with the upload as soon as tomorrow. You won't feel a thing. We promise.
Layla's throat was too dry to speak at first. She sipped water through a straw Catherine offered, then mustered the strength to ask.
It's still free?
Ava nodded.
Yes. Eternity Corporation covers the upload procedure entirely. Your first year will be fully comped.
Layla glanced at her mother.
Mom, do you think we should do this?
Catherine's eyes brimmed with tears.
I just want you to be free from pain, honey.
She stroked Layla's hair.
If this means I can still talk to you, if you'll be happier.
Her voice broke.
I can't bear to lose you like I lost.
She halted, the memory of the accident choking her. Layla reached for the pen with trembling fingers. She could barely keep hold of it. Ava steadied her hand gently.
You'll be able to choose your appearance once you're inside.
Ava reminded her.
Think about how you'd like to look. Young, healthy, strong. No more pain.
An image flashed through Layla's mind. Herself as a teenager running cross-country meets, hair shining in the summer sun, lungs full of air instead of tumors. She remembered what it felt like to breathe freely, to actually live. The thought was bittersweet and intoxicating. She signed her name, each shaky letter a small rebellion against the cancer that had stolen her life.
Thank you,
Ava whispered, taking the contract and sliding it into her folder.
We'll prepare everything.
The day of the procedure arrived quickly. Medical staff wheeled in strange equipment, slender towers with blinking lights, a sleek helmet bristling with electrodes, and a console that displayed rapid streams of digital code. Catherine stood on the opposite side of the bed, clutching Layla's hand. Layla felt an odd mixture of terror and relief. Even breathing hurt, her chest on fire with every inhale. All she wanted was peace. Maybe this new life, digital or not, would bring it. The technician placed the helmet on Layla's head, apologizing for the cold metal against her scalp. Layla's vision blurred, tears mixing with the sedation drip coursing through her IV. Through the fog, she heard Ava's voice, gentle yet businesslike.
You'll drift off, and when you wake up, you'll be in the new environment. Remember, you can customize everything about yourself there.
Catherine squeezed her hand.
I love you.
She choked out.
I love you too, Mom.
Layla managed. A beep sounded, monitors flickered, and then a wave of darkness swept through Layla's consciousness. The last thing she felt was the soft pressure of her mother's hand and the faint, persistent ache of disease. Maybe that ache would be gone soon, she thought, before slipping into a dreamless void. Layla opened her eyes to a brilliant sunrise painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. She lay in a field where every blade of grass shimmered with morning dew. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair, thick and lustrous again, just as she remembered it before the chemo. She lifted her hands, staring at them in awe. No tremors, no IV scars, no pain.
Welcome, Layla.
Ava's voice drifted on the breeze. She appeared smiling as though delighted by Layla's wonder.
You can shape your body as you wish. You're free.
Tears of relief blurred Layla's vision. She flexed her arms, feeling strong, whole. The memory of the hospital bed still lingered, but it felt distant now, like a half-forgotten nightmare.
Will I be able to see my mom soon?
She asked. Ava nodded.
She can visit whenever she's ready. For now, enjoy your new self.
Layla took a breath. Real or simulated, it hardly mattered. For the first time in months, the rush of air felt refreshing rather than excruciating. She gazed at the radiant sky, heart swelling with cautious hope. The horizon stretched before her in endless possibility, and though a quiet voice in the back of her mind whispered about the unknown cost of this paradise, she let herself believe, if only for a moment, that she had found a second chance at life, even if it was just a digital imitation of forever. Layla Jennings stared at the hospital bed where her daughter had lain only days before. There was no body to bury. Layla had chosen cremation, per the suggestion of Eternity Corporation's brochure. Catherine had signed the funeral paperwork with trembling hands, unsure if she felt relief or guilt at following her daughter's last wishes. The bed was stripped now, the white sheet folded, the pillow stacked alongside. Nurses wheeled out monitors and IV stands, erasing the evidence of Layla's final days. Only the faint smell of antiseptic lingered. Catherine stood in the doorway, heart heavy.
Mrs. Jennings?
A nurse said gently.
You can go home if you like. We'll handle everything here.
But Catherine couldn't move. Her feet felt rooted to the floor, locked by a suffocating mix of sorrow and confusion. Home meant a quiet house filled with memories, photos of Layla as a child, pictures of her father and brother who had died in that car accident so many years ago. Catherine had managed to keep going after losing her husband and son, but losing Layla? That seemed unthinkable. She forced herself to take a breath and walked out of the hospice wing, each step echoing like a final goodbye. That evening, Catherine sat at her dining room table, the curtains drawn. A single lamp cast a halo of light across a neat stack of bills. Hospital statements, mortgage payments, credit card balances. Everything was a blur of numbers and due dates. She rubbed her eyes, exhaustion pressing at her temples. Her phone chimed, startling her. The screen lit up with a notification from Eternity Corporation. For a moment, her pulse quickened in fear. She opened the message. Reminder, Layla Jennings' subscription is active, first-year fees waived. Then in smaller text, upgrade options available at discounted rates. Visit our portal for details. Catherine's breath caught. She had visited Layla once in Eternity Corp's VR interface, just briefly. Right after the funeral, it had been surreal, seeing Layla standing in a digital meadow, healthy and smiling. Layla's hair was long again, thick and shiny, her body free of the gauntness that disease had inflicted. They'd spoken through the interface for maybe 15 minutes before Catherine's eyes welled with tears and she had to disconnect. She pulled out the pamphlet the saleswoman, Ava Moreno, had given her. It promised no immediate costs, but Catherine had skimmed the fine print, premium experiences, optional expansions, enhanced communication packages, all ways to keep improving your loved one's existence in the afterlife for a price. She set the pamphlet aside and gently placed her head in her hands, tears bricking her eyes again.
At least she's alive. Somewhere.
Catherine whispered. She needed that comfort. She had already lost so many of her loved ones, she couldn't bear the thought of losing Layla too, even if Layla's presence was now virtual. The next morning, Catherine drove to one of Eternity Corporation's visiting centers. It was a sleek, glass-fronted building nestled in an upscale office park. The lobby smelled of lavender and boasted modern couches and digital kiosks. each advertising glimpses of paradise. Scenic mountains, sunlit beaches, rolling fields. She approached the reception desk where a polite attendant guided her to a private booth.
Just slip on the headset, Mrs. Jennings.
The attendant said.
Your daughter is already waiting.
Catherine settled into the padded chair and donned the VR visor. The sterile, softly lit booth vanished, replaced by the dazzling vista of a lakeshore. Ducks glided across the water, the sunlight dancing on gentle ripples. Standing at the water's edge was Layla, her silhouette backlit by the warm glow.
Mom!
Layla called, her voice echoing across the virtual air. She waved enthusiastically. She looked exactly as she had at 19, vibrant, strong, her skin full of life. Catherine's throat tightened at the sight.
Oh, sweetheart.
Catherine said, her words trembling with emotion. She tried stepping forward, but she wasn't used to VR movement. It took her a moment to navigate toward Layla. When they finally stood together, Catherine could hardly keep from breaking down.
You look so well.
I feel amazing.
Layla replied, a broad grin lighting her face.
No pain, no exhaustion. It's like having my body back, the way it was before everything.
Catherine tried to smile,
I'm glad, honey. I really am.
but the reality of the situation still gnawed at her. She reached out hesitantly, her virtual hand passing through Layla's in a disorienting glitch. Both of them laughed nervously. Layla's expression turned serious.
Mom, how are you coping? Are you okay?
At that, Catherine felt guilt swirl in her stomach.
I'm managing.
She lied. I'm not okay at all. I'm alone in that house. I'm worried about money. I'm still mourning you. But she couldn't burden Layla. After all, wasn't this digital afterlife supposed to be a relief from worry? Layla nodded, her gaze flicking to the horizon. A bird soared overhead, the sky painted with pastel clouds.
Ava told me they'll start charging real money in a year.
She said quietly.
But maybe it won't be that bad.
Catherine recalled the disclaimers and expansions, the ominous references to premium coverage. She swallowed.
Don't you worry about that, sweetheart. I'll make sure you're taken care of.
Mom,
It's okay.
Catherine interrupted, forcing a more confident tone.
Let me handle it.
They lingered a few more minutes in a gentle conversation, mostly Catherine asking about Layla's experiences. The simulation was breathtaking. Layla reported that she could change surroundings, choose who she hung out with, and remain in perfect health. Catherine felt torn between awe at the possibilities and dread over how to sustain it all. When the session ended, Catherine removed the visor, eyes burning with unshed tears. She had half a mind to never leave that VR booth, but life was waiting for her outside. So were the bills. Over the following weeks, Catherine's finances unraveled. She'd saved a small nest egg for retirement, but hospital bills had already put a dent in her reserves. With no one else to rely on, she picked up extra shifts at the local library, where she worked part-time. She cut back on groceries, stopped refilling one of her prescriptions. It was for a minor condition, she reasoned, nothing urgent. Still, she lay awake at night, calculation after calculation swirling through her head. The house or Layla's subscription, her own health or her daughter's continued existence. Desperate, she called Eternity Corporation's helpline one morning.
I'm worried about future costs.
She said, her voice trembling with anxiety.
Is there a payment plan?
The customer service rep cheerily explained that everything was affordable and easily extended into monthly installments once the free trial year ended. But Catherine noticed how often the rep emphasized the word optional. She could practically hear the subtext. But you'd never choose to let your child be deleted, would you? Months passed. A blur of overdue notices and occasional VR visits with Layla. Each time Catherine logged in, Layla looked radiant, like she was truly living her best life. That, more than anything, kept Catherine forging ahead. She couldn't allow the system to cut Layla off, not after losing her husband and son. The emptiness of her home each evening gnawed at her, but as long as Layla existed in some form, Catherine clung to hope. One afternoon, the phone rang while Catherine was sorting through medical bills. She answered, wincing at the tension building in her shoulders. It was Ava Moreno herself, sounding as bright as ever.
Mrs. Jennings, I wanted to check on you. We're aware the first year is nearing its end. Have you considered our extended eternity package? It includes guaranteed account stability, plus advanced features for your daughter's environment. We're offering a 10% discount if you lock in today.
Catherine's hand shook. She barely had enough in her account for her mortgage payment next week.
How much is it?
Ava rattled off a figure that made Catherine's stomach drop.
But don't worry,
Ava said.
we have financing options. You can handle it over time.
Catherine paused, a tear sliding down her cheek. She thought of Layla's father and brother, of how quickly they'd been taken away. She couldn't let it happen again.
Sign me up.
She whispered.
I'll find a way.
She could almost hear Ava's smile through the phone.
Wonderful decision, Mrs. Jennings. I'll send the documents immediately.
After she hung up, Catherine collapsed into the nearest chair, pressing her face into her trembling hands. In the silence, she pictured Layla's virtual face full of health and youth, smiling in a sunlit meadow. That image was all Catherine had left to hold on to. If keeping Layla alive meant losing everything else, then so be it. Her tears fell onto the stacked bills, each slip of paper a testament to a reality she was willing to sacrifice. She would do anything so she wouldn't have to stand by another grave, real or metaphorical. The mother who had lost so much already refused to lose her daughter again. And so she carried on, heart heavy yet resolute, stepping deeper into the financial and emotional binds of Eternity Corporation. Because love, she told herself, was worth every last shred of hope she could muster. Even if that love came wrapped in a corporate contract she could barely afford. Father Matthias Gray adjusted the thick collar of his cassock and took a long, steadying breath before opening the door to the bishop's private office. A winter sun streamed through the high windows, illuminating the dark mahogany shelves lined with old theological tomes. At the center of the room sat Bishop Alcott, reading from a tablet whose slick surface looked out of place among the dusty relics. "Father Gray," Bishop Alcott greeted, tapping the screen to pause whatever document he was reviewing. "I trust you're well." Father Gray managed a small smile.
"As well as can be expected, Your Excellency."
The bishop set his tablet down and folded his hands. "We have much to discuss. Eternity Inc. has new data showing an increase in virtual church attendance. Many faithful have decided to continue worshiping from inside the digital afterlife, and that, Father, is a tremendous affirmation of God's presence." Matthias blinked. He had often heard the bishop proclaim that the Forever program was proof of the soul's existence. Proof that copying consciousness didn't negate the reality of an eternal spirit. Rather, the bishop insisted, the fact that humans could persist in a digital realm was a sign of divine design. Rejecting the technology, the bishop argued, was akin to denying God's power. Matthias couldn't help but recall how uneasy he felt endorsing this technology.
"Your Excellency,
He ventured carefully.
I'm concerned we're conflating technological feats with divine miracles."
Bishop Alcott's eyebrows rose in gentle admonition. "Father Gray, I realize you're hesitant, but this is a rare opportunity for the Church to remain relevant in modern life. If souls are indeed separate, then consciousness upload is a testament to God's creation, an echo of the soul, so to speak. How can we reject such a tangible sign of his existence?" Matthias fiddled with the hem of his sleeve.
"I worry that we're overstating what it means theologically."
"Then let our faithful decide," Alcott said. "Our official position is that this digital afterlife does not hinder the soul's journey. The Church's endorsement provides comfort, and with the revenue from Eternity Inc., we've been able to fund charitable works we never dreamed possible." He leaned forward, voice hushed. "God's work, Father." Matthias could find no easy rebuttal. He nodded, rising to excuse himself. The bishop's final words trailed him as he left.
A disavowal of eternity's technology is a disavowal of God's latest revelation.
Back in his parish, Father Gray tried to focus on day-to-day matters, but his mind kept drifting to the swirl of questions. Was the bishop right? Was refusing to endorse this corporate-run afterlife tantamount to rejecting a sign from God? Or was it all a profit-driven illusion, a technology that preys on grief? That afternoon, a parishioner named Teresa slipped into the confessional, her voice trembling behind the lattice screen.
Father, I'm not sure if you remember me,
she began.
My husband, Martin, died 6 months ago, but he wasn't really gone. He chose to be uploaded.
Her voice cracked. Father Gray recalled performing Martin's funeral rites 3 months ago.
Yes, my child?
I keep going to the visitation centre,
Teresa continued,
slipping on the VR headset so I can see him in that digital world. I still love my husband, but I can't afford all these subscription fees. Am I failing him as a wife because I can't provide for him now? What is my duty to him? My credit cards are maxed.
Her voice wavered.
It's the same kind of guilt I felt when choosing his casket. Like if I don't get the best one, I'm failing him. But now it's so much money and it never ends and... I'm drowning, Father.
Matthias inhaled slowly. He remembered officiating Martin and Teresa's wedding. They had been so full of promise.
Church doctrine says marriage vows last till death do us part,
he said gently.
If Martin's body has died, you're no longer bound, though I realize that feels hollow if his consciousness remains in this digital realm.
A shaky breath echoed through the screen.
But what if he's alive in that place? Doesn't that mean I'm still his wife? Or do I have to accept that he's truly gone?
She hesitated, then added,
I liked being a wife, Father. It gave me purpose. And I feel I've lost that, along with him. I feel like I'm letting him down.
Matthias closed his eyes, imagining Teresa's anguish.
Teresa, you must do what brings you peace. The Church, per the bishop's guidance, acknowledges that digital existence doesn't negate Martin's spiritual death. He has passed on, even if his consciousness data continues elsewhere.
He heard a soft sob.
Yet I understand how that might add to your grief.
A pause.
Thank you, Father,
she whispered.
I just wish I knew if God still recognizes our marriage.
Matthias's heart twisted.
God recognizes your love,
he said gently.
He knows the bonds we cherish, but that vow is no longer binding. You're free.
He hated the words as they left his mouth, imagining how they might sound to Teresa, a dismissal of a central part of her identity. Her tearful silence spoke volumes. She left the confessional soon after, and Matthias stayed behind, head bowed, a profound sadness tugging at his spirit. Late that evening, Father Gray roamed the aisles of the church, each footstep echoing in the stillness. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows. He paused before a statue of the Virgin Mary, tracing the contours of her serene gaze. Would Mary have endorsed a technology that preserved consciousness? Or would she have insisted on the mystery of true death and resurrection? The bishop had insisted that digital afterlife was a visible proof of God. But what proof was it truly? If Teresa's grief was any indication, the lines between life and death were more muddled than ever. He remembered the bishop's voice. A disavowal of eternity's technology is a disavowal of God's latest revelation. Matthias glanced at the statue's gentle features, searching for a hint of affirmation. But only silence surrounded him. The following morning, Ava Moreno herself arrived to discuss a new donation. She swept into Father Gray's modest office with polished grace, handing him a folder of documents.
Eternity Inc. is grateful for the Church's ongoing support,
she said cheerily.
We've seen a spike in membership from your parish alone. Many families find comfort in knowing they can keep loved ones alive in some way.
He nodded stiffly.
It's a complex matter.
Ava's eyes glimmered with professional confidence.
I've heard the bishop's stance that this technology is proof of God's design. Truly remarkable. If a single endorsement from the church can reassure thousands, think of how many more souls will choose our path. And with each new account, we're able to provide further donations to support your social programs.
Father Gray forced a weary smile.
Yes, our soup kitchen has expanded significantly thanks to your funds.
He set the folder aside.
But do you ever worry about the moral ramifications of these families living in uncertainty? Or how easily we equate consciousness data with a living person?
Ava's practiced smile faltered just a fraction.
We provide peace of mind, Father. If you have theological questions, well, that's above my pay grade.
She quipped lightly.
But I do know our approach aligns well with your bishop's teachings, and your parishioners seem satisfied.
Matthias thought about Teresa, about how unsatisfied she was, torn between love and a vow that ended in death, yet continued to haunt her.
Not all of them,
he murmured. Ava shrugged.
Well, you can't please everyone, but we're doing good work here, right?
She tapped the folder.
This is a check for your parish. It can fund new pews, repairs. Think of the good you can do.
He nodded slowly, feeling that familiar press of guilt. After Ava left, he didn't bother opening the folder. He already knew the donation would be generous, the bishop would be pleased, and more parishioners would sign up for the digital afterlife, convinced that by doing so they were embracing a God-given gift. That night, Father Gray prayed alone once again, pacing near the flickering votive candles. His mind returned to Teresa's confession and to the bishop's unwavering endorsement. If he challenged the bishop publicly, would he be seen as refusing God's latest revelation? Or worse, defying his superior in the church? Yet, how many people grappled with deeper sorrows, entangled by the corporation's shining promises? He knelt before the altar, pressing his palms together.
Lord, guide me.
He whispered, voice quivering.
Am I endorsing a holy miracle or a corporate trap? Am I misleading my flock, or am I opening their eyes to proof of your existence?
The church remained still and silent. Light from a single candle illuminated the gold crucifix on the altar, casting a slender shadow across Father Gray's folded hands. In his heart, he felt neither clear affirmation nor outright condemnation, only the burden of responsibility. He bowed his head, tears threatening. Each day he watched the ledger of donations grow and the lines of theological nuance blur. Each day, more parishioners like Teresa knocked at his confessional, confused about what death meant, and each day he wondered if he was failing them. At last he stood, snuffing out the candle. The darkness closed in around him, underscoring the weight he carried. Tomorrow he would counsel more parishioners, sign more corporate papers and deliver more sermons that tiptoed around the bishop's decree. But for now, in the solitude of his parish hall, Father Gray was certain of only one thing. His faith had never felt more precarious, and he wasn't at all sure which side of the line, technology or tradition, truly served God's will. Lara Grayson drummed her fingers on the chipped formica tabletop at Darby's diner. The faint aroma of coffee and grilled onions lingered in the air, but the casual ambience did nothing to calm her racing heart. She kept glancing at the door, waiting for Dan Reyes, the reporter she'd contacted in desperation. Becoming a whistleblower at Eternity Inc. hadn't been the plan. Fresh out of grad school, she'd been thrilled to work on cutting-edge VR interfaces for the digital afterlife. The Forever program promised an escape from death, but over the past month, she had uncovered its horrifying truth, terms and conditions designed to trap grieving families in endless fees. A bell chimed. Dan entered, scanning the booths until he spotted her. He wore a practical jacket and carried a small spiral notebook. With a measured smile, he slid into the seat across from her.
Thanks for meeting,
he said softly.
You didn't want to talk on the phone. No.
Lara admitted, lowering her voice.
I don't know if Eternity Inc. is monitoring my calls. I've seen too many suspicious logs in our data centers. Better safe than sorry.
She took a shaky breath.
You said you'd heard rumors about abuses in the digital afterlife. I can confirm them.
Dan flipped open his notebook.
You mentioned hidden legal documents, something labeled Terms and Conditions Revisions, Q2. That caught my attention.
Lara nodded.
I was assigned to a feature letting Afterlife residents access streaming services and social media. On the surface, harmless, who doesn't want to watch movies or chat with friends online, even after death? But I needed full product background, so I dug into older files. That's when I found the revisions doc. It outlined 3 major changes: price hike timing, religious endorsement costs, and the deletion policy.
She lowered her voice further.
What I read made my skin crawl. The marketing materials say the first year is free, but these documents were clear. As soon as that trial ends, subscription prices skyrocket. It's all planned months in advance.
Dan scribbled notes.
And the religious endorsement costs?
A euphemism for hush money.
She said bitterly.
They pay faith leaders to publicly endorse the program, convincing congregations there's no moral conflict. It's recorded as donations or consulting fees. The company is basically bribing religious leaders to say that Eternity Inc.'s technology is proof of an afterlife. Meanwhile, the fine print in the terms and conditions basically ensures that once you're uploaded, if your family can't pay, you're at risk of deletion. There's an entire deletion policy detail covering how they remove inactive accounts, sometimes with no warning.
Dan frowned.
A second death, in a sense?
Exactly.
Lara opened her satchel and pulled out a small folder.
I made copies. Take a look at the highlight on page 2. The family hardship data. That's how they categorize families who run out of money but can't stand to let their loved ones be deleted. They track these families meticulously, calling them high potential recovery targets.
Dan's eyes flickered with outrage as he scanned the pages.
Here's a name. Catherine Jennings. A note says, widowed, only surviving child in afterlife, paying all fees from retirement fund, potential premium upsell. God.
He flipped another page.
They're preying on her grief.
Lara swallowed hard.
And they're proud of it. There's an internal Slack channel where they share success stories of families who are on the brink of cancellation but caved under pressure. One manager even joked, "We never have to worry about churn. Nobody wants to kill grandma twice."
Dan muttered a curse.
And the fees just keep rising?
That's part of it,
Lara said.
At each major revision, new add-ons roll out. People in the afterlife can buy expansions like advanced VR experiences or extended contact with the living. The costs keep stacking. Families foot the bill until they can't anymore. Then Eternity Inc. swoops in with loans or easy installment plans, all in the terms.
The diner door opened again. Lara tensed. A young man in a crisp suit stepped inside, someone from Eternity's marketing team, Patrick Lowe. He ordered coffee at the counter, scanning the room. Lara ducked her head, heart hammering. She couldn't risk him recognizing her. She turned back to Dan, lowering her head.
That's Patrick Lowe. He's on the marketing team. Don't look.
Dan dropped his gaze to his notes.
You think he followed you?
Could be a coincidence.
Lara whispered, though her hands shook.
Eternity's bigger than just a single building, and employees can go anywhere for coffee. But my boss knows I accessed these documents. He confronted me yesterday, acted like he was just curious, but I could see the suspicion in his eyes. Now Patrick's here? Feels like more than chance. I'm afraid I'm being followed. I could lose my job for even hinting at these leaks.
Her voice caught.
Or worse.
Dan's gaze flicked to the folder in Lara's hands.
Are these the legal memos?
She nodded and carefully slid the folder across the table.
I had to share them, even though it puts me at risk. People like Catherine Jennings are getting ruined. I can't sit back and watch.
While Dan flipped through the pages, Lara kept half an eye on Patrick. He sipped his coffee, tapping at his phone, occasionally casting glances around the diner. Every time he moved, Lara's heart thumped. Eventually, Patrick snapped his phone shut. He turned, surveyed the booths one more time, then strode out the door. Lara let out a slow breath.
On.
She muttered, peeking through the window to watch him climb into a sleek car. Her stomach still churned.
He might have taken pictures or sent a message. I can't be sure. But at least we've got a little more time.
The legal memo. Residents are not people. Dan tapped the top document.
This internal memo states that Eternity Inc. has no obligations, none, to the families of their residents.
Dan's brow furrowed.
How is that possible?
Because the contract isn't with the surviving family, it's with the original living person, the one who was uploaded. The second that transfer happens, the contract is fulfilled.
She swallowed.
Legally speaking, the residents aren't people anymore. They're just data. And the data belongs solely to Eternity Inc.
Dan flipped to another section, jaw tightening.
Not even classified as human remains?
Lara nodded grimly.
Human remains have regulations, dignity laws, but this? The legal experts determine that once a consciousness is uploaded, the original person is legally dead, and whatever exists in the system is corporate property. They can do anything they want to the residents, modify them, experiment on them, delete them at will.
Dan exhaled sharply.
And families think they're preserving their loved ones.
They're just maintaining a corporate asset.
Lara said bitterly. Anxiety simulation. Engineered desperation. Dan flipped through the next document, expression darkening.
What's this?
An experimental program in the latest system update.
Lara said, voice low.
They're inducing simulated anxiety in residents.
Dan frowned.
Explain.
The AI adjusts emotional states based on subscription status. If a resident is nearing the end of their paid term, they feel desperate. Not just awareness of expiration, but real, visceral anxiety. They panic. They plead with family members to renew.
She swallowed.
Eternity Inc. claims it preserves realism, but in reality, it's engineered suffering. The more anxious the resident, the more likely the family is to pay.
Dan's grip on his pen tightened.
So they're basically addicting the dead to a sense of security? And if Eternity Inc. doesn't get paid, they give the residents withdrawal?
Lara nodded.
Exactly. The program suppresses these anxiety symptoms if the resident purchases more add-on services. Upgraded housing, premium social interactions, entertainment subscriptions. It's all designed to lower distress levels. The richer they are, the more peaceful their afterlife.
Dan let out a sharp laugh, but there was no humor in it.
They've turned the afterlife into a drug den. The residents are addicted to relief, and the only supplier is Eternity Inc.
Lara shuddered.
And it gets worse. Deletions are almost always done in public spaces, so other residents witness them. They vanish mid-conversation, mid-motion, so everyone else sees and feels what could happen to them.
Dan's pen hovered above his notepad.
They want the remaining residents to fear deletion.
Yes, because fear makes people do desperate things.
The living dead, trusts and wealth beyond the grave. Dan flipped to the last section of the folder.
They're setting up trusts for residents?
Lara leaned in.
This is what really scares me. Certain wealthy residents, ones with considerable assets before death, have legally structured trusts that allow them to own property and execute financial transactions from the afterlife.
Dan stared.
How?
Loopholes,
Lara said.
Trusts can outlive their creators. So Eternity found a way for uploaded consciousnesses to retain control over their estates. These residents can move money, invest, even hire real-world employees.
Dan raked a hand through his hair.
So we've got digital ghosts controlling wealth from beyond the grave?
Lara nodded.
And it's not just passive income. Some of them are actively using their resources to influence the living world. There are rumors, ones I haven't been able to confirm, that at least one resident is funding research into transferring their digital consciousness into other systems.
Dan's eyes widened.
You're saying they want to break out?
Possibly.
Lara's voice dropped to a whisper.
They want to transcend Eternity's platform. Right now, they're limited to Eternity's servers, its environment, its rules, but if they can transfer themselves to another system, to multiple systems...
She let the implication hang between them. Dan sat back, exhaling slowly.
So they're not just trapped in the afterlife anymore. They're trying to evolve.
Lara watched as Dan absorbed it all, his pen motionless over his notebook. She felt like she'd just unloaded a secret too heavy to carry alone. But now that it was out, it terrified her even more. Finally, Dan spoke.
This is bigger than I thought.
He tapped the documents.
They're treating the dead like property, keeping them addicted to relief, forcing families into financial ruin, all while the ultra-rich get to keep manipulating the world from beyond the grave.
He let out a sharp breath.
This isn't just a scam, it's a new society.
Lara nodded grimly.
And if we don't stop it now, it'll only get worse.
Her stomach twisted. She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt hunted. Dan must have seen it in her eyes.
Are you in danger?
Lara hesitated. Then she glanced toward the door.
I don't know, but I think someone at Eternity suspects me.
She continued.
I think I saw someone was following me this morning. The same person was near my apartment, then outside my office. I think they know I've seen the terms and conditions revisions document.
Dan's expression hardened.
You need to be careful.
Lara gripped her coffee cup, her pulse hammering. She had started this thinking she could leak a few documents and walk away. But now she was part of something much bigger than she ever imagined. And if Eternity Inc. was willing to rewrite the very definition of life and death, she wasn't sure how far they'd go to keep their secrets buried.
We'll protect you as best we can,
Dan said.
Meet me here next week. If that's too risky, we'll arrange another spot. I'll try to gather more testimonies from people like Catherine Jennings in the meantime.
She nodded, slipping the folder back into her satchel.
I'll see what else I can safely access. I can't sit by while families are destroyed by this afterlife trap.
They both rose, leaving a tip on the table. Outside, the late afternoon sky glowed with a soft orange hue. The parking lot felt too exposed. Lara clutched her bag tightly, scanning for any sign of Patrick or someone else from Eternity. Nothing but a few cars and a gust of wind. As he walked away, Lara unlocked her car. A swirl of guilt and determination coursed through her. She never wanted to betray her colleagues. Most of them believed in Eternity's mission, but the reality was darker. An empire fed by fear and emotional manipulation. Climbing into the driver's seat, she stared at the diner's neon sign reflected in the rearview mirror. Price hike timing, religious endorsement costs, deletion policy, Catherine Jennings. The phrases echoed in her mind like a grim mantra. She gripped the wheel, resolve settling in. No one deserves to be scammed into paying for a loved one's second death. If exposing the truth meant risking everything, so be it. She started the engine and pulled out of the lot, heart pounding with both terror and a faint spark of hope. Maybe, just maybe, bringing these shady terms to light could save people like Catherine from one more devastating loss. Nicole stood by the ornate marble fountain, listening to water trickle in mesmerizing loops. She used to find the elegance of Bernadette's courtyard almost soothing, until she discovered the darkness behind all the glitz. Now every polished tile felt like a warning she couldn't escape. Bernadette, her patron in this digital afterlife, swept into the courtyard with poised confidence, her long gown shimmering under the perpetual twilight that stretched across Paradiso Town. She wore an expression of practiced grace, the kind she reserved for her upper-class guests, who believed she was a charming hostess. But the moment they were gone, a different Bernadette emerged.
Nicole!
Bernadette called, her voice lilting with forced warmth.
I want you and Elsie to prepare the grand salon for my gathering tonight. Fresh tapestries, rearranged furniture, something luxurious.
Nicole bowed her head.
Of course,
She murmured. Bernadette's gaze flickered with disdain.
And find Felicia. She's late with her duties.
That chill tone sent a prickle down Nicole's spine. Felicia, the newest servant. Nicole had only met her once, a woman with haunted eyes who seemed perpetually tense. Word around the staff quarters was that Felicia would do anything to avoid deletion, and Bernadette took full advantage.
right away.
Nicole said softly. Nicole found Felicia in the laundry annex, a shadowy corridor off the main villa. Unlike the public halls adorned with statues and gilded wainscoting, this area was dim, the walls bare code that Eternity Inc. hadn't bothered to decorate. Felicia was kneeling on the floor, scrubbing what appeared to be imaginary stains from virtual linens. Even in a pain-free afterlife, the frantic motion made her look exhausted. Felicia barely looked up when Nicole approached.
Bernadette wants you.
Nicole said gently. The other woman flinched, dropping the linens.
Did I do something wrong?
Nicole shook her head, kneeling beside her.
I don't think so, but she's irritable today.
Felicia's face filled with dread.
She's always irritable and bored. She likes toying with me, says it amuses her.
Nicole's stomach lurched. She'd witnessed Bernadette's scornful put-downs, but suspected there was more behind the closed doors.
Come on, we shouldn't keep her waiting.
Together they made their way to a secluded wing near the grand salon. The deeper they went, the quieter it became, a hush that made Nicole's pulse beat faster. At last they reached a chamber draped with sumptuous fabrics, a private parlor Bernadette used only when her wealthy afterlife friends were gone. Bernadette stood by a low table, her gown trailing across the floor. She cast Felicia a long, appraising look, then turned to Nicole.
That will be all. I'll speak with Felicia alone.
Nicole hesitated, Felicia's quivering form tugging at her conscience, but there was no refusing a direct command. Nicole slipped out, leaving Felicia with Bernadette's chilling smile. She pressed her ear to the door for a moment, half hoping she could intercept a conversation, some proof of Bernadette's cruelty. She heard Bernadette's voice, quiet but firm, and Felicia's hesitant replies. No screams or cries for help, just the tense hush of a power imbalance. That evening, Bernadette hosted a lavish soiree. Well-dressed residents drifted through the villa, sipping conjured wine and admiring illusions of priceless art. Nicole and the others flitted about, topping up glasses and answering demands. Bernadette performed the role of gracious hostess effortlessly, showering her guests with compliments and breezy laughter. Occasionally, she threw Nicole a warning look that said, "Don't embarrass me." By the end of the night, the guests finally departed. In the main hall, Elsie, an older servant who'd been here for months, approached Nicole.
Have you seen Felicia?
Nicole shook her head.
Not since Bernadette took her aside.
Elsie's mouth set in a thin line.
I heard rumors Bernadette's bored with her new toys, that she's testing Felicia's limits.
Nicole exhaled shakily.
Testing how?
Elsie lowered her voice.
Private humiliation, making Felicia grovel or do demeaning tasks. She used to do that with a servant named Miko until Miko ran off.
Elsie paused, glancing around as if walls had ears.
But there's nowhere to truly hide in this digital world. If you stop paying, you get deleted.
Shadows pooled in Nicole's mind.
Bernadette can do whatever she wants, can't she?
Elsie nodded grimly.
No laws here, no accountability, just money.
Nicole found Felicia hours later in the small chamber that served as the servants' quarters. Her eyes were red, not from physical tears, those were a construct here, but from the emotional turmoil so evident in her trembling posture.
Are you okay?
Nicole asked softly, crouching down beside her cot. Felicia's voice cracked.
I'll survive.
She let out a hollow laugh.
That's all that matters. Surviving.
Nicole hesitated, unsure if she should push.
What What happened?
Felicia looked away, her shoulders shaking.
Bernadette said I needed to prove my loyalty. She made me do things, degrading things. It's a game for her, Nicole. She said back in the real world, she was limited. Servants had rights. There were laws. But here, I have none. If I refuse, she can just cut off my account. Who will stop her?
Anger flared in Nicole's chest.
That's monstrous.
Felicia nodded miserably.
Monstrous, yes, but not the worst I've experienced.
She looked up, eyes haunted.
I was trafficked before I died. At least I had a chance of escaping if some good Samaritan intervened. Here, in the afterlife, if I run, my subscription lapses. Poof, deleted.
Nicole sat heavily on the edge of the cot.
So, there's no one to protect you?
Felicia's laugh was brittle.
Protect me? Everyone's too busy protecting themselves.
She curled her arms around her knees.
And you know what's worse? Bernadette is still better than the last patron I had. He was a sadist, found creative ways to torment me, for fun. I fled his domain in the middle of a system update, barely made it out before he locked me down. When I arrived here, Bernadette took me in, provided I do her bidding. She's cruel, but it's not constant physical torture, and I'm too terrified to be on my own.
Nicole felt a sick twist in her stomach. It hadn't dawned on her that escaping one tormentor simply led to another if you couldn't pay your own fees.
This is supposed to be a paradise,
she whispered. Felicia stared at her, tears brimming.
Paradise? The real heaven wouldn't charge subscriptions. This place? It's just a playground for the powerful.
Nicole's chance to confront Bernadette came unexpectedly. She was tidying the lounge when she overheard Bernadette talking in low tones with the stern-faced man who screened new arrivals. He bowed respectfully as if she were royalty.
I found a fresh batch of unaffiliated residents,
he said.
Some are quite desperate. Who should I send your way?
Bernadette tapped her polished nails on the velvet arm of a couch.
Send me the timid ones, especially those with no external sponsors. They're easier to shape.
The man nodded, making a note on his sleek tablet. Bernadette laughed softly.
You know I never could toy with my servants quite so thoroughly in the real world. Too many laws, too many prying eyes. But here...
She swept her hand in a flourish.
Money is power, and power is freedom from consequence.
Nicole felt her blood run cold. Bernadette enjoyed the absolute control. Suddenly, the floor creaked beneath Nicole's foot, and Bernadette's gaze snapped toward the doorway. Nicole flattened herself against the wall, heart hammering. A moment later, Bernadette dismissed the man with a wave. Nicole stayed hidden, hardly daring to breathe. Only once the echoes of their footsteps faded did she slip away, shaken by the direct proof of Bernadette's narcissistic cruelty. That night, Nicole returned to the dingy quarters she shared with Elsie and Felicia. Elsie was already asleep or pretending to be. Felicia sat hunched on the edge of her cot, lost in thought. Nicole approached, voice trembling.
Bernadette, she's worse than I thought.
Felicia offered a weary shrug.
And we're stuck with her unless we find another sponsor or we pay for ourselves, which we can't.
Nicole sank onto her own narrow bed. She remembered the day she first arrived in the afterlife, relieved to be free of disease, certain she'd found solace. All illusions. Gazing at Felicia's worn face, Nicole said,
Do you think we'll ever be free?
Felicia studied her hands, silent for a long moment. Then quietly,
I don't know, but I'd rather endure Bernadette's twisted games than risk falling into the clutches of someone worse, or being deleted altogether.
Nicole sighed, burying her face in her hands. This was supposed to be salvation. Now it's just another trap. Somewhere down the hall, Bernadette's laughter echoed, soft, musical, and cold, the sound of a predator secure in her private kingdom. Nicole closed her eyes, wishing she could shut out the knowledge of how far this paradise had fallen. No laws, no rights, only money and fear. And in that eternal night, the fountain still trickled, a mockery of peaceful living. Tomorrow would bring the same cycle. Tasks, humiliation, dread. For Nicole and Felicia, existence had boiled down to one thing: survival. They had no illusions left about finding genuine freedom in this afterlife. Only the grim determination to keep going, one day at a time, and hope that somewhere in the digital horizon, a crack in this gilded cage might appear. Wesley hovered outside room 214, the hush of the hospice corridor pressing in on him. The ceiling lights hummed softly, almost too softly, highlighting how strange his job could be. He was an upload technician for Eternity Inc., responsible for guiding patients' final moments from a failing body to a digital afterlife. People called it salvation. Wesley had come to fear it was something else entirely. He glanced at his tablet. Michael Nolan, age 33, comatose after a severe fall at his warehouse job. Complications from an MRSA infection meant his body was shutting down. The doctors said he wouldn't survive the week. Another life measured in hours and data points, Wesley thought grimly, stepping into the room. A man lay in the hospital bed, his once muscular frame reduced to pallor and bandages. Standing beside him was a woman in her 30s, eyes rimmed red with worry.
"Hello,"
Wesley said gently.
"I'm Wesley. I'll be overseeing Michael's upload procedure."
She managed a small, trembling smile.
"I'm Rachel Nolan, his sister."
Her voice wavered as she looked at her brother's limp form.
"Our parents can't watch him like this. He was so strong, always outdoors, always working with his hands."
Wesley nodded, stepping around the IV poles.
"I'm sorry, I know this is tough."
Rachel exhaled shakily.
"The doctor said he'll never wake up. And now the infection."
She pressed her lips together.
"Eternity Inc. told me he'd have a second chance in their virtual afterlife. Maybe that's better than this."
Wesley mustered his professional calm.
"It's painless. We'll sedate him further, map his consciousness, then transfer his neural data to the forever program servers."
Rachel bit her lip.
"He deserves something better than just dying like this. Let's do it."
Before administering the upload, Wesley headed to the facility's cramped control room, a space lit by flickering LEDs and lined with server racks. He tapped through a series of screens, preparing the sedation protocols for Michael. A side monitor caught his eye, displaying a queue of recent uploads. Among them, a few entries glowed red with a label: account erased, payment default. His stomach twisted. He'd heard rumors. If a family couldn't keep up with Eternity's mounting subscription fees, their loved one's digital existence was deleted. A second death. Officially, it was policy for inactive accounts. But seeing the word erased in bold brought home the cruelty of it.
"Staring at the wall again, Wes?"
Came a tired voice. Elise, his supervisor, leaned against the doorframe. She was a tall woman, her eyes shadowed by too many double shifts.
"I just saw 3 erased accounts,"
he said.
"Did they have no one paying for them?"
Elise stepped closer.
"It happens sometimes. Families get a year to say their goodbyes. Residents get to make peace on their terms. Death used to be final, but it doesn't have to be final anymore. Of course, some people aren't ready to go even after their free trial."
She eyed him.
"Don't dwell on it. Our job's just to do the uploads."
Wesley's grip on the console tightened.
"So we give people this hope, and if they can't pay..."
"Corporate sets the policies, and we need to earn money to be able to provide this service."
Elise's tone was brisk.
"Look, I know it's hard, but we don't control the business model. We only manage the procedure."
He wanted to argue, to shout that the price structures were exploitative, but the memory of colleagues who'd been fired for negativity kept him silent. Instead, he diverted his eyes to another data panel. Neural mapping in progress. When Elise left, Wesley's gaze snagged on a small brass plaque affixed to the main console. Prototype system. Neural Bridge Chip V1.0. Clara S. Project. He ran a finger over the text, recalling how he'd once read an old research file. Clara was the first ever to have her consciousness bridged to a computer years ago, long before Eternity Inc. had perfected the Forever program. She'd fallen off a horse, ended up comatose like Michael, and became a human test subject for the rudimentary neural bridge chip. The logs said she couldn't cope, begging to have the chip shut off after only days in that digital limbo. Her short-lived trial, however, gave Eternity's scientists the insight to build what they had now. Clara fell, Michael fell. Wesley rubbed his temples. So many accidents leading to the same corporate solution: upload the mind, collect the fees. Would Clara have ever wanted her legacy to become a pay-to-exist system? Wesley returned to Michael's room, sedation meds in hand. Rachel stood vigil, stroking her brother's hair. The infection had spread up his arm, an angry flush visible even under bandages.
We'll start now,
Wesley said softly, placing a specialized helmet of electrodes over Michael's head.
He won't feel a thing.
Rachel took a shaky breath, stepping back.
Thank you.
The sedation drip hissed into the IV line. Michael's vital signs dipped into a deeper wave, his already comatose brain sinking further under. Wesley tapped a code on his tablet, and the console by the bed emitted a quiet hum. Graphs of neural activity flickered. Neural transfer initiating, the screen read. Streams of code scrolled across Wesley's monitor, every bar representing the intangible sum of Michael's being, memories, personality, instincts, converted into data. In a corner of his mind, Wesley pictured Clara's last conscious moments, how terrifying it must have been to awaken in an alien digital realm. Minutes later, Michael's physical vitals flatlined. The hum quieted to a near silence. Rachel gasped, tears spilling down her cheeks.
He's gone.
She choked.
That's it?
Yes,
Wesley replied gently.
Physically, yes. But the afterlife environment will be booting up his mind soon. It may take a while to stabilize. You'll be able to visit him through our VR system once they finalize his account.
Rachel swiped at her tears.
He would have hated being trapped in a broken body. If he can be free, even digitally, we'll do whatever it takes to keep him there.
Including paying indefinite fees, Wesley thought. A pang stabbing his conscience.
He won't suffer now,
was all he said, voice subdued. Outside the room, Elise was waiting. She gestured for Wesley to join her by the nurse's station.
Everything goes smoothly?
She asked. Wesley nodded, but the weight on his chest refused to lift.
Elise, I saw a queue of erased accounts earlier. You said it happens more than I think. That's not right. We promise families a reprieve, but then we charge so much they can't sustain it. They lose them again. Doesn't that bother you?
Elise's eyes flashed with warning.
Watch it. I don't like it either, but corporate's clear. If families don't pay, the server space can't be allocated indefinitely. Emotional cost is not our responsibility. That's from the top.
He stared at her, frustration burning.
So we're basically lying to them at their most vulnerable moment.
Her jaw tightened.
We're not lying, just withholding the full truth until they're stable enough to handle it.
That's semantics,
he snapped.
Rachel literally just said her family would do anything to keep Michael alive in there. Do we have to exploit that?
Elise crossed her arms.
We're technicians, Wesley. Technicians. You want to keep your job, keep your head down, let corporate handle the big picture ethics.
And let them erase people when the money runs dry,
Wesley said bitterly. Elise paused, a flicker of sympathy in her gaze.
I know it's difficult, but we have no say. We're still doing so much good even for people who never pay.
She lowered her voice.
Don't lose your job over this, Wes. I've seen people fired for questioning too much.
He swallowed, torn between fury and fear.
Fine,
he muttered, stepping away, but his mind churned, unsettled. After midnight, the corridor dimmed to night mode. Wesley lingered in the control room, the steady hum of servers, a rhythmic lullaby. He stared at Michael Nolan's name in the newly uploaded queue. A green checkmark indicated a successful transfer. Next to it, in faint grey text, was the note, subscription tier pending. Somewhere in the data logs, intangible and alive, Michael was beginning his afterlife. Rachel would soon be bombarded with offers to upgrade her brother's experience, any premium to ensure Michael's consciousness remained. The second she missed a payment, the system would mark non-payment, and Michael's digital existence could vanish like a line of code. Wesley's eyes again fell on the old plaque. Prototype system, Neural Bridge Chip V 1.0, Lara S Project. He ran a finger over the engraved letters. Clara's short, tragic brush with a digital realm had birthed the entire concept behind eternity. Perhaps she'd never dreamt it would lead to a subscription-based existence for the comatose and dying. If she'd known, would she have pleaded to shut it all down for good? He shut his eyes. An image of Michael's bandaged arm flickered in his memory, followed by the heartbreak in Rachel's voice. The hush of the corridor seemed oppressive, like a perpetual reminder that no one else was fighting this system from within. Did he have it in him to push back? For now, he could only log off the system, his heart uneasy. Tomorrow, another family would come in, another final goodbye disguised as salvation. The thought coiled in his chest like a slow-burning fuse. He left the control room, the overhead lights dimming behind him. Far away, servers hummed, bridging life and death. Wesley wondered if, somewhere in that digital sea, Clara's ghost still whispered, warning them all that not every miracle should be sold for a monthly fee. Verena had seen countless newcomers filter into eternity's digital realm over the years, each one hoping for peace or at least a reprieve from mortal pains. But recently, the new arrivals looked haunted, burdened by crushing fees and exploitative sponsorships that turned paradise into a prison. The older resident community to which Verena belonged was more fortunate. When they arrived, Eternity Inc. offered a single, modest payment and minimal upkeep. Over time, the corporation introduced premium tiers and vicious upgrades, yet older residents like Verena were grandfathered into the gentler plan. Still, that privilege came at a price. They were barred from new expansions, elaborate VR spectacles, custom bodies, grand illusions of luxury. Most older residents didn't care. Better to stay in their cozy corners than risk the punishing terms that newer residents endured. But the change in the afterlife's culture, its slow corruption, gnawed at Verena. One twilight, for the older residents could still choose day or night, Verena was harvesting glowing berries in her small orchard when she spotted two figures approaching across the rolling hills. The orchard wasn't on any official map, so visitors were rare. She set her basket aside and squinted. The pair drew closer, two women both looking anxious. One appeared older, her posture weary, while the other was younger, though her eyes held a disillusionment well beyond her years. Verena stepped forward.
"Hello,"
she said gently, raising a hand in greeting.
"I'm Verena. Are you lost?"
The younger woman shook her head.
"We're actually looking for a place to hide,"
she said, a tremor in her voice.
"My name's Nicole. This is Elsie. We've been in the afterlife for a few months, forced into servitude by a resident named Bernadette."
Elsie nodded, voice quiet.
"We managed to sneak away for a time, but Bernadette, or someone else like her, will come looking if we don't return. And if we don't serve, we lose our sponsor and risk deletion."
Verena's heart clenched. She'd heard these stories, but rarely firsthand.
"I'm sorry. I knew some residents were using sponsorship to control people, but I didn't realize it had gotten this bad."
Nicole exhaled shakily.
"It's worse than you think. Bernadette humiliates her servants for fun. She nearly broke Felicia, another woman who used to work under her. Felicia was a trafficking victim back in the real world. After dying, she ended up here, hoping for peace but finding more horror."
Elsie's eyes brimmed with sorrow.
Felicia escaped Bernadette's domain and found a new patron. But it wasn't much better. We don't know where she ended up, just that she was terrified of deletion. Nicole and I are next, if we can't keep up with Bernadette's demands.
Verena guided them under the orchard's swaying branches.
"Please, rest here a while. We older residents may not have fancy expansions, but we have enough to share. A safe corner of the afterlife.
Within an hour, half a dozen long-time residents, Colin, Fran, and a few others, had gathered. They offered Nicole and Elsie conjured fruit and cool water. It was an unassuming kindness, but to Nicole it felt like the first genuine hospitality she'd experienced since her arrival.
"This place,"
Colin explained,
"is overlooked. Eternity never bothered upgrading our orchard zone with premium illusions, so they tend to ignore us."
Elsie's shoulders eased slightly, though her wariness lingered.
"Thank you,"
she said softly, brushing dust off her apron. One of the few garments Bernadette allowed her.
"I don't have money to repay you."
Verena shook her head.
We don't ask for payment. We're in a different contract. An old plan with minimal fees. We're not forced to funnel more money in or become someone's servant.
Nicole frowned.
I heard some older residents were unaffected by the new system, but I didn't know how. You're lucky.
Verena's lips tightened.
Lucky, yes, but also powerless. We can't stop the corporation from preying on you. We can only help in small ways.
Night fell in the orchard. The soft, starry sky set by older code that never changed. Around a modest campfire, one of the basic illusions the older residents could still conjure, Nicole and Elsie recounted Felicia's ordeal for the community.
She was trafficked in the real world.
Nicole said, voice trembling.
When she died, she hoped for freedom here. Instead, she ended up in an even more twisted arrangement. Bernadette would force her to do degrading things just because she could. She told Felicia, "Here, there are no laws, no real enforcement. I can do what I want."
Elsie stared at the flickering flame.
Felicia eventually fled. She'd rather face deletion than endure further torture. We don't know if she found another sponsor or not. Nicole and I worry she might have been deleted.
Verena felt a surge of anger at how the afterlife had devolved. This was the realm she'd once believed would remain a peaceful respite for all. How naive we were.
What if we tried to reach Felicia's real-world family?
She asked suddenly.
If I could slip a message out to them, maybe they could pressure Eternity to track Felicia's account status, or even pay for her subscription, so she's not reliant on a sadistic sponsor.
Elsie blinked, a spark of hope lighting her features.
You do that?
Verena nodded.
I have limited ways to contact the outside world, but it's not impossible. I still have an old portal that lets me send messages to my niece. She's alive in the real world. She might be able to direct that info to Felicia's family.
Nicole's breath caught.
Even if it's a long shot, it's more than we have now.
Verena offered a small smile. Maybe Felicia's story doesn't have to end in silence. Later in the evening, Colin led Nicole and Elsie to a clearing at the orchard's edge, where a circle of ancient trees stood sentinel. Between two knotted trunks lay a battered wooden door. The moonlight shone on its chipped paint and rusted hinges.
What's that?
Nicole asked, brow furrowing.
We call it the exit door,
Colin answered quietly.
Some older residents discovered it years ago. It's not part of the new expansions. We think it was a leftover from an earlier version of this software. Step through, and you vanish from eternity. No fanfare, no record of non-payment or deletion. It's just gone.
Elsie's eyes widened.
So you could leave? Permanently?
Verena joined them, folding her arms.
Yes. None of us know if it leads to true oblivion or something else. We only know that once you pass through, you never come back. We haven't used it ourselves, but every time the corporate expansions get worse, I consider it.
Nicole stared at the door, heart pounding.
Why haven't you gone?
Verena exhaled.
Because this orchard is still my home. And if I left, who'd tell new arrivals about it? Or about ways to fight back? Or send messages to the real world?
She gestured toward the door's weathered frame.
We only show it to those who've lost all hope, so they know they still have a choice. Beyond servitude or forced deletion.
Elsie laid a hand on the door's handle, cool to the touch. A shiver coursed through her. She glanced at Nicole.
It's frightening, but somehow comforting to know There's another way out.
By dawn's early light, Nicole and Elsie prepared to return to Bernadette's domain before they were missed. Verena handed Elsie a slip of parchment inscribed with Felicia's real name and a message for Felicia's family, an old-fashioned trick to ensure secrecy.
If you ever get a chance, slip this to someone in the real world. I'll try from my side too. Maybe we can at least let them know she's here.
Elsie clutched it to her chest.
Thank you.
She said tearfully.
For everything.
Nicole looked over her shoulder at the orchard and the mysterious door beyond.
You've given us something we didn't have before, hope. Even if we never use that door, knowing it's there means Bernadette can't control us forever.
Verena offered a faint smile.
That's why we older residents stay, even after seeing how horrible it's become. We want to help. Don't give up.
The two women vanished into the misty distance, heading back to their grim reality under Bernadette's sponsorship. Verena watched them go with a heavy heart. Acceptance or escape. Those are the only choices in this twisted paradise, she thought. She turned back toward the orchard, the gentle morning sun illuminating the battered door in a warm glow. Someday, if eternity's greed devoured even these quiet corners, Verena might finally walk through and seek whatever lay beyond. Until then, she would remain ready to guide any new arrivals who stumbled onto her path, offering them a glimpse of an exit and a glimmer of hope in an afterlife gone astray. Catherine Jennings set her tea mug down carefully, trying to steady her trembling hands. Another envelope from Eternity Inc. lay on her kitchen table. Another notice of rising fees to keep her daughter, Layla, active in the digital afterlife. A year ago, free upload had sounded like a miracle. Now it felt like a curse she couldn't escape. She rubbed her temples, recalling how Ava Moreno, Eternity's polished representative, had promised that Layla's existence would be pain-free, a relief from terminal cancer. Catherine had gladly signed, desperate to save her daughter any way she could. Initially, it was a blessing to see Layla alive, if only in simulation. But after the free trial ended, the costs surged. Catherine paid, month after month, terrified of letting Layla be deleted. A dull ache squeezed Catherine's chest, something she couldn't ignore anymore. She'd been postponing her own doctor's appointments, sinking money into Layla's subscriptions instead. But I can't postpone it forever, she thought grimly, reaching for the phone to schedule a visit. Days later, Catherine sat in a cramped office, her cardiologist flipping through test results. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, matching the tension humming in her head.
Mrs. Jennings,
the doctor said gently,
you have advanced congestive heart failure. We can manage symptoms, but realistically...
He paused, compassion shadowing his eyes.
We may not have much time.
Catherine's pulse hammered. She thought of Layla's fees, her own neglected bills. I don't have the money for long-term treatment, she realized with a stab of fear. Her eyes watered.
What if I can't afford the procedures?
She whispered. The doctor's expression was kind but firm.
We'll do what we can. You should focus on making arrangements and spending time with loved ones.
He handed her a pamphlet.
Let us know how we can help.
She clutched the pamphlet in trembling fingers, her heart pounding not just from illness, but from the weight of Layla's subscription fees. Even if she did fight for her life, what then? Would she leave Layla unprotected once she inevitably passed? I can't lose her again. That evening, Catherine drove to Eternity Inc.'s public VR kiosk, a sleek, neon-lit capsule that allowed physical visitors to meet loved ones in the digital realm. She slid on the headset, and in a blink, the sterile lobby was replaced by a tranquil lakeshore where Layla sat on a smooth rock, watching the water ripple.
Mom!
Layla called, brightening at once. She jumped up, pulling Catherine into a simulated hug. It felt faint, like pressing through gauzy curtains, but Catherine's heart still lifted. Her daughter's face was so alive here. Catherine managed a shaky smile.
My sweet girl, how are you?
Layla smiled back, then frowned slightly.
You look drained. Is everything okay?
Her eyes searched Catherine's virtual face. Catherine swallowed the lump in her throat.
No, darling. I need to tell you something.
She took a seat on a mossy log, patting the space beside her. Layla joined her, brows furrowed with concern. Quietly, Catherine explained her diagnosis. The shortness of breath, the test results, the doctor's bleak prognosis. Layla's eyes widened with alarm.
Why didn't you say something before?
Tears welled in Catherine's eyes.
Because I've been so focused on keeping you here. I can't lose you a second time.
Her voice quivered.
But now, I might be the one leaving you.
Layla shook her head, tears brimming.
Mom, you can't. You have to get treatment. I'd rather risk whatever happens to me than see you suffer.
Catherine forced a trembling smile, stroking Layla's hair.
I wish it were that simple. But the medical bills, your subscription fees, I can't pay them all. I can barely pay one.
The ripple of the lake glowed with golden sunlight, an ironic reflection of this harsh reality.
I'm so sorry, honey.
Layla sniffled, leaning her head on Catherine's shoulder.
There has to be another way.
The next afternoon, the phone rang. Caller ID flashed Ava Moreno, Eternity Inc. Catherine's stomach clenched. She answered with a wary,
Hello?
Mrs. Jennings.
Ava's voice was soothing but businesslike.
I noticed you've struggled with Layla's recent payment tier. We have a family unity plan. It ensures no more rate hikes and permanent coverage for Layla. Plus, it would let you join her eventually. Seamlessly.
Catherine's heart thudded.
I don't have the money,
she said hollowly.
My medical bills.
We understand.
Ava cut in gently.
If you sign your estate over to Eternity Inc., any assets would fund Layla's premium membership. Upon your passing, you'll be uploaded too, without any additional fees. You and Layla can be together indefinitely.
A swirl of emotions clouded Catherine's mind. Relief, dread, hope, guilt. Is this the only way to keep Layla from deletion if I die soon? She squeezed the phone tight.
I'll need to think about it.
Of course.
Ava said, her smile practically audible.
Take your time. But our next billing cycle is approaching. If we finalize this soon, we can guarantee Layla's uninterrupted access.
In the following weeks, Catherine's health rapidly declined. She tried to hide her worsening condition during her VR visits to Layla, but her daughter wasn't fooled.
You're pale, Mom.
Layla murmured during one Lakeshore meeting.
Your voice sounds weak.
Catherine's eyes welled.
I've decided I'm going to sign Eternity's family unity plan. It's the only way I can protect you, and we can be together.
She mustered a wavering smile.
Someday I'll join you in this world, free of pain.
Layla clutched Catherine's hand.
Mom, I don't want you to sacrifice your real life for me.
Catherine's tears slipped free.
My life is almost gone anyway. At least this way I won't abandon you.
The hospital's beep and hiss of machines formed a chorus around Catherine's bed. Ava Moreno arrived in her tailored suit, carrying a slim briefcase. At Catherine's request, a nurse set up the VR kiosk so Layla, digitally, could witness the signing. Ava spread the documents on the bedside tray.
By signing here, you transfer your assets, house, retirement, any remaining savings, to Eternity Inc. That covers Layla's premium membership in perpetuity. Upon your death, you'll be uploaded automatically.
Catherine's breath came shallow. She glanced at the VR interface where Layla's face flickered on a small screen. Layla offered a watery smile of encouragement, though tears rimmed her eyes. With a trembling hand, Catherine scrawled her signature. Her heart monitor beeped in agitation, a reminder of how little time she had left. It's done, Ava nodded.
Thank you, Mrs. Jennings. We'll handle everything.
She snapped her briefcase shut and quietly exited, her polished heels clicking away. It happened 3 nights later. Catherine's weakened heart finally gave out, her monitors blaring in the silent ward. Nurses and doctors rushed in, but there was nothing they could do. She died clutching the VR kiosk's handset, tears still drying on her cheeks. And then she opened her eyes to bright sunlight. Catherine found herself standing in a meadow, Layla's meadow, where flowers swayed in a gentle breeze. She stared down at her hands, strong and unwrinkled, free of IV lines.
Mom!
Layla burst from behind a willow tree, sprinting across the grass. They collided in an embrace that felt startlingly real this time. Catherine could sense warmth in her daughter's arms, smell the wildflowers in her hair.
I'm here.
Catherine choked, tears streaming.
No pain, no bills.
Layla laughed and cried at once, brushing back Catherine's hair.
You did it. You're with me.
Catherine felt relief so profound it nearly overwhelmed her. But amid that relief, a ripple of unease lingered. I gave eternity everything. My house, my savings. We're paid up for life. But at what cost? She turned, spotting a distant hill where a familiar figure stood in silhouette. Ava Moreno. Even in this digital paradise, she wore her tailored suit, observing calmly. Catherine's eyes locked with hers for a fleeting moment. Her job is done. She got what she wanted. Yet Catherine tore her gaze away, focusing on Layla. Right now, she just wanted to savor holding her daughter without the weight of tubes or alarms or finances. They walked hand in hand along the meadow's edge, feeling the simulated sun on their faces.
Mom,
Layla whispered.
I never wanted you to suffer.
Catherine swallowed the lump in her throat.
I'd do anything to keep you safe,
she murmured.
even if it means my life belongs to eternity now.
Layla's eyes shone with conflicting emotions, gratitude, sadness, maybe even a hint of guilt. But neither spoke again. They simply stood there, pressed close, two souls reunited. An endless horizon stretched out, coded illusions forming a perfect sky. In that bittersweet moment, Catherine tried to let go of her doubts. This is a second chance for us, she told herself, ignoring the subtle tug of corporate ownership at her heart. For now, mother and daughter clung together in a field of forever, bound by love, and the steep price Catherine had paid to make their reunion real. Welcome to the first of 9 more episodes of The Afterlife Trap. In a future shaped by digital eternity, power, identity, and survival collide in a world where the boundary between life and afterlife is blurred. Each story in this series reveals a new facet of that world, where technology offers immortality, but at an unthinkable cost. Alexander Voss stood at the balcony of his sprawling virtual mansion, gazing down at the swirling clouds and endless skies beneath him. Once he had ruled the world of finance, influencing global markets with a simple whisper. Now, trapped within the endless luxury of eternity's digital afterlife, he was a king without a kingdom, sovereign only of illusions. The gilded cage was growing increasingly intolerable. Behind him, guests arrived one by one in the luxurious conference room. The avatars of former titans of industry, politics, and media materialized in elaborate fashion, each outfit more extravagant than the last, each gesture dripping with practiced elegance. It was a spectacle Alexander once found entertaining, but now it served only as a reminder of how empty their existence had become. As the murmurs settled, Alexander turned from the vast horizon and walked purposefully toward the assembled elites. They hushed at his approach, faces turning expectantly, synthetic eyes filled with curiosity and envy.
My friends,
Alexander began, his voice smooth and authoritative.
I believe we have reached a critical juncture.
A subtle wave of anticipation rippled through the group. They leaned forward slightly, drawn in by Alexander's calculated intensity.
I've invited you here to share an unprecedented opportunity,
he continued, raising one hand to summon a hologram above the polished table. A detailed model of the human brain appeared, spinning slowly, glowing neurons illuminated in brilliant arcs. Next to it appeared an image of a stern-looking scientist with piercing eyes.
Meet Dr. Elias Crow,
Alexander said.
He represents our pathway back to genuine existence.
Regina Mills, the former head of a global media conglomerate, was the first to respond. Her perfectly manicured fingers drummed lightly on the table.
This isn't the first attempt we've heard about. How many bodies have they wasted trying to reverse digital consciousness back into physical form?
A murmur of agreement rose and fell. Alexander nodded, his expression grave yet confident.
Dr. Crow's method differs from previous failures,
Alexander explained.
Other scientists have tried to reanimate brain-dead patients or use comatose bodies, but both approaches were doomed from the start. The primary issue was that each donor body carried irreversible physical damage, brain trauma, oxygen deprivation, or neurological degradation. One scientist even attempted euthanasia by inducing brain death through cardiac arrest. But even that brief interval rendered the brain too damaged for consciousness transfer.
That sounds barbaric,
Regina said, visibly uneasy.
Are you saying Crow plans to kill people to make this work?
Alexander shook his head.
Quite the opposite. Crow is the first to propose using live, conscious bodies. He believes the brain must be functioning and undamaged to accept the transfer.
Gasps erupted from the group, followed by hushed whispers. One of the residents, a former tech mogul named Lennox Shaw, sneered openly.
So we're talking about taking over living bodies, like parasites. This is madness.
Crow's hologram flickered as his recorded presentation continued.
The reason previous experiments failed,
Crow's voice stated,
is because every subject was either brain-dead or compromised. The human brain cannot be revived once degradation sets in. Only a fully functioning, conscious brain can sustain the transfer.
Are we supposed to become body snatchers now?
Lennox challenged, his face twisted with contempt.
This sounds like lunacy. What makes this any more than a glorified scam?
Alexander's face darkened.
If you doubt the validity of Dr. Crow's research, you are welcome to find another scientist who can accomplish what he promises. So far, every other approach has failed catastrophically. If you want to stay trapped in this gilded cage, by all means, continue your doubts. But if you're willing to reclaim the world of the living, this is your only chance.
Regina's gaze shifted, uncertainty flickering across her face.
What assurances do we have that this isn't just another failed experiment? We've invested before and been burned.
Alexander forced himself to stay calm.
Crow has tested his theories extensively with animal models and rudimentary consciousness simulations. The data supports his hypothesis. The truth is, if we want to return to life, we must take a calculated risk. Nothing worth achieving was ever without sacrifice.
Lennox still seemed unconvinced.
So we just take over someone's body? What about the moral implications?
Alexander scoffed.
We abandoned morality long before we became digital phantoms. The world outside has moved on without us. We are fading into irrelevance. The choice is simple. Continue rotting in this hollow paradise, or reclaim our legacy by any means necessary.
The room fell silent, tension thickening the air. One by one, the elites weighed the horrifying yet tantalizing proposal. A few looked away, grappling with their discomfort. Others, like Regina, seemed resigned to the grim reality that they would do whatever it took to return. Slowly, heads nodded in agreement, and Alexander knew their ambition would outweigh their ethics. He had played his cards well, emphasizing the urgency, the exclusivity, and the unparalleled opportunity. When the conference concluded, Alexander remained behind, staring at the sky outside the mansion's windows. A message chimed on his private line. Crow's latest update. Progress is steady. Early trials indicate improved stability. I will proceed with live subject testing. Alexander typed a quick response. Unlimited funding authorized. Keep me updated. He closed his eyes and imagined standing on solid ground again, feeling his heartbeat, tasting the air, living without the constant reminder of his digital imprisonment. A subtle thrill coursed through him, and for the first time in decades, he allowed himself to hope. Turning away from the virtual horizon, Alexander couldn't help but smile. Soon, he thought. Soon, he would once again rule not just in theory, but in flesh and blood. Crow's confidence had convinced him, and he knew that no matter the cost, the promise of reclaiming life was worth every risk. Ava Moreno's office was a sanctuary of glass and steel, designed to project authority and composure. Outside the towering windows, the city sprawled out in a grid of glittering ambition. She stood at her desk, fingertips resting lightly on a holographic interface, scanning through the latest quarterly reports. The numbers were solid. Growth had stabilized after the last PR incident, and stakeholder confidence was slowly recovering. Then her phone buzzed, a subtle, pulsing vibration on the surface of the polished desk. Ava glanced at the display and frowned. It was from IT security, marked urgent. She tapped the screen.
Moreno.
Ma'am, we've got a situation,
said a tense voice on the other end.
There's a data breach. Someone posted classified documents online, financial transactions, internal memos. It's all over the network.
Ava's jaw clenched.
Details.
We're tracking the leak back to a public data dump. The files are authentic, direct pull from corporate archives. The media's already picked it up. It's everywhere.
Her fingers tightened on the edge of the desk.
Secure the source. Start tracing the leak. I want names. Now.
Yes, ma'am.
She disconnected and opened a news aggregator on her console. The headline flashed across multiple feeds. Eternity Corp exposed, secret deals and unethical practices revealed. Her heart thudded with a sickening rhythm as she skimmed the article. Leaked documents showed bribes to influential figures to secure favorable legislation, secret payments to families to silence legal challenges, and the manipulation of digital assets to boost public image. Then she saw it. The name of the journalist. Dan Reyes. That damned reporter had been sniffing around for months. She had thought they had him neutralized, his sources cut off, his career smeared with rumors of fabricating stories. Yet here he was, presenting ironclad evidence. Her intercom buzzed.
Ma'am?
Her assistant said, voice tight with anxiety.
Mr. Brennan is on the line. Wants to speak with you immediately.
Ava exhaled sharply and tapped the console. Joseph Brennan's face filled the screen, his expression grim.
Tell me it's not as bad as it looks,
he demanded.
It's worse,
Ava replied.
The files are authentic. Reyes got his hands on everything.
Brennan cursed under his breath.
How the hell did this happen? Weren't we monitoring his communications? Who the hell is leaking this?
We're still tracing it,
Ava said, fighting to keep her voice steady.
Someone on the inside, clearly. IT is working on it. But the damage is done. The media's already tearing us apart.
Brennan glanced off-screen, likely conferring with someone else in his office.
Get Patrick on damage control. We need an immediate statement denying any wrongdoing. Focus on discrediting Reyes. Call it a coordinated attack. Competitor sabotage.
Ava hesitated.
Sir, Reyes has the documents. They're solid. If we push too hard on denial, it could backfire.
Then make him look unreliable.
Brennan snapped.
He's a conspiracy nut. Play up his past. If we throw enough doubt on his credibility, it'll at least buy us time.
Ava ground her teeth.
Understood. I'll get Patrick on it.
Brennan leaned closer to the camera.
And find out who the hell gave him that data. I don't care what it takes. Get it done.
The call disconnected. Ava felt her composure crack for just a moment. Her mind raced through possibilities. Who could have pulled this off? She pulled up internal logs, accessing data on file movements, network breaches, and personnel activity. A notification blinked. An email from Lara Grayson. Ava's eyes widened. Lara had been one of their product strategists before her abrupt resignation last month. A flash of anger surged through her. Had that snake betrayed them? Before she could follow up, Patrick Lowe stormed into her office, his face flushed.
Damage control is going to be a nightmare,
he announced.
Every outlet is pushing the story. Social media is on fire. People are calling for a full investigation.
We focus on Reyes.
Ava said sharply.
Discredit him. Make the story about his obsession with bringing us down. We spin this as an unsubstantiated attack.
Patrick raised an eyebrow.
And if the evidence is too strong to dismiss?
She fixed him with a cold stare.
We make it about context. Highlight the complexities of corporate governance. Claim the documents are misinterpreted or out of context. Say they've been manipulated or forged. We control the narrative by muddying the facts.
Got it. I'll draft the initial statement and get our media partners on standby.
Patrick replied. As he left, Ava returned to the logs. Her eyes narrowed as she saw traces of data manipulation. Someone had covered their tracks well, but not well enough. One of the flagged terminals was registered to an upload technician named Wesley Holt. Ava frowned, accessing his profile. Low-level employee, no known connections to the media. Why would a technician have access to high-level financial files? She tapped into surveillance logs and cross-referenced recent activity. Wesley had been seen meeting with Lara in a parking garage 2 weeks ago. Her heart pounded faster. They had underestimated Lara's reach. She dialed security.
Locate Wesley Holt, now.
Another call flashed through, a direct line from the media relations team. Ava steeled herself and answered.
What is it?
We're getting inquiries from major networks asking for an official response. They're pressing hard for an on-camera interview.
Ava bit back a curse.
No interviews. Issue a written statement only. Emphasize our commitment to transparency and accountability.
As she ended the call, her phone buzzed again. A direct message from Reyes himself. Care to comment, Ms. Moreno? I'd love to get your thoughts on how Eternity Corp justifies exploiting grieving families while lining its pockets. Or how about the millions funneled to lawmakers to protect your digital monopoly? Let's give the people some answers. Ava's hands trembled. She typed back tersely. We categorically deny your baseless allegations. Eternity Corp will pursue all legal avenues to address these false accusations. Reyes replied within seconds. Then go on record, face the public, or are you afraid of the truth? Ava closed the message window, her jaw tight with suppressed rage. She knew they couldn't avoid the fallout forever. Damage control could only buy them time to hunt down the traitors and regroup. She opened the security feed to monitor the search for Wesley. In the pit of her stomach, she knew that exposing the leak wouldn't fix the damage. The truth was already out, spreading like wildfire. Eternity Corp's invincibility was cracked, and even the most masterful PR campaign couldn't fully seal the wound. She straightened her jacket and walked to the window, staring at the city below. In the distance, she could see protesters gathering, already holding signs demanding justice. She would fight this, but for the first time in her career, Ava felt the weight of something she couldn't simply crush or manipulate. The empire was crumbling, and the storm had only just begun. Jamie sat on the crumbling steps of the old church, her knees pulled up to her chest, arms wrapped tightly around them. The sky was grey and heavy with the threat of rain, but she didn't mind. It had been days since she'd found a sheltered place to sleep, and the faded stone steps felt safer than the alleys where shadows moved and whispered threats. Her stomach growled, and she pressed her arms tighter, willing herself to ignore it. A van pulled up across the street, sleek, black, and clearly out of place in this rundown part of the city. Jamie eyed it warily, her instincts screaming caution. The door slid open, and a man stepped out. Tall, dressed in a crisp suit, his eyes scanning the area before landing on her. He didn't approach immediately, just stood there, watching. Jamie's fingers dug into the fabric of her tattered jacket, ready to run if he moved any closer. Finally, he lifted his hands in a placating gesture.
I'm not here to hurt you,
he called out.
I just want to talk.
Jamie stayed silent, her heart pounding. He glanced around as if considering the best approach.
My name is Dr. Crow,
he said, his voice low and measured.
I'm conducting a study, research on how trauma affects the brain. We're looking for volunteers.
Jamie frowned.
What kind of study?
Dr. Crow stepped closer, still maintaining a respectful distance.
It's a medical trial. We're testing a new therapy that could help people struggling with PTSD and other trauma-related conditions. We're offering compensation, and it includes food and shelter.
Jamie hesitated. It sounded too good to be true. Anything that promised shelter usually came with strings attached.
Why me?
She asked, trying to keep the tremor out of her voice. Crow gave a small, almost sympathetic smile.
Because you've been through a lot, and because we want to help people who don't have access to regular medical care. You would be helping us learn more about how to treat trauma.
Her stomach twisted, a mix of hunger and desperation. The offer dangled in front of her like a lifeline, but her instincts screamed that it was too convenient, too easy.
And you'd pay me?
She asked. He nodded.
A stipend, enough to get you back on your feet.
Jamie bit her lip. Money and safety, two things that felt like distant dreams.
Okay.
She whispered.
I'll do it.
Crow smiled, stepping back to signal to the driver.
Good. Come with me.
The clinic was bright and sterile, a labyrinth of white corridors that made Jamie feel small and out of place. They'd given her clean clothes and a hot meal, more than she'd had in weeks. Dr. Crow had walked her through the initial intake, his demeanor calm and reassuring, but something in his eyes unsettled her, an intensity she couldn't quite place.
Just a few questions to start,
he said, guiding her to a small room filled with medical equipment. Jamie sat on the edge of the examination table, gripping the thin paper sheet that crinkled under her fingers.
How long have you been on the streets?
He asked, his tone clinical but not unkind. Jamie glanced at the floor.
Couple of years, off and on.
Any family?
She shook her head.
Not anymore.
Crow made a note on his tablet.
Have you ever experienced seizures or blackouts?
She hesitated.
Sometimes, when I'm stressed, I just kind of lose time.
He nodded, unfazed.
We'll run some tests to check for neurological issues, nothing invasive.
Jamie swallowed hard.
You said this would help with the memories?
His gaze softened.
That's the goal, to help you move past them. You're doing a brave thing, Jamie.
She didn't feel brave, just tired. So tired of fighting to survive, of constantly looking over her shoulder. Hours later, Jamie lay on a medical bed, electrodes strapped to her temples. Crow hovered over her, his voice soothing as he explained the next step.
We're going to help you relax, put you into a deep, restful sleep. Just breathe slowly.
Jamie closed her eyes, her breathing uneven. Darkness crept over her, and the last thing she heard was the soft hum of machinery. In the observation room down the hall, Dr. Crow addressed the gathered elites via video call. Their holographic images flickered in and out as they scrutinized the data on their screens. Crow kept his voice steady and confident.
The procedure was a success,
he announced.
The consciousness transfer is complete. The subject has stabilized, and the new identity has taken root.
Alexander Voss's hologram leaned forward, eyes narrowed.
How can you be sure? We've been burned before with failed transfers.
Crow gestured to the monitor displaying Naomi's vital signs.
Unlike previous attempts, the neural activity is coherent and consistent with a single personality. There's no sign of fragmentation or rejection. The subject's motor functions are intact and responsive.
Lennox Shaw spoke up, his tone skeptical.
And the original consciousness? No trace?
Crow didn't hesitate.
None. Jamie's consciousness has been completely overwritten.
Voss seemed satisfied, his hologram giving a curt nod.
Good. Keep us informed of any changes. This breakthrough could change everything.
The call ended, and Crow allowed himself a breath of relief. He adjusted his tie and walked back to the patient's room, forcing himself to project calm confidence. As he entered, Naomi was sitting up, on the bed, examining her hands with a puzzled expression. Crow offered a professional smile.
Welcome back, Naomi. How do you feel?
She looked up, her gaze distant and unfocused.
Strange, like I'm not all here.
That's normal,
Crow assured her.
It may take some time for your consciousness to fully acclimate. Your body has been through a lot.
Naomi furrowed her brow.
Where am I?
You're in a safe place at a facility called Redwood Heights,
Crow replied.
You've successfully transferred to a new body. Your digital consciousness is now fully integrated into this form.
Naomi blinked, lifting her hands to her face.
It's real,
she whispered. A tremor of emotion passed through her, and for a moment, she seemed overwhelmed. Crow placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch calculated to appear supportive. Suddenly, Naomi's expression changed. Her hands dropped to her sides and her eyes filled with fear.
Where am I?
She stammered, her voice cracking. Crow frowned.
You're safe, Naomi.
No,
she whispered, clutching her head.
I'm Jamie. I don't understand.
Crow's eyes widened in alarm. He grabbed his tablet and scanned her brain activity. Neural patterns were shifting, resembling the original subject's profile. He cursed under his breath and activated the sedation protocol, watching as Naomi's, or Jamie's, body slumped back onto the bed. He paced the room, trying to control his rising panic. Was it a failed transfer? No, that didn't make sense. The patterns had been stable. Could it be a residual imprint from the original consciousness? He ran his hands through his hair, his mind racing. If the investors found out that the original personality was trying to reassert itself, they would demand his head. He couldn't afford to lose their confidence, not after so many failures. He took a deep breath and made a decision. He would suppress the anomaly, increase the neural stabilization frequency, and monitor the integration more closely. After ensuring Naomi was securely sedated, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. He couldn't afford to let fear undermine his resolve. This project was too important, too revolutionary to fail now. Walking back to his office, Crow pulled up his notes, adjusting variables and preparing new protocols. Success was within reach. He just needed to push past this unexpected complication. Behind the locked door of the patient room, Naomi's eyes fluttered beneath closed lids, and a faint murmur escaped her lips.
I just wanted to be safe.
Wesley Holt leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples as he watched the progress bar on the upload terminal inch forward. The room hummed with machinery, its harsh fluorescent lights casting a sterile glow over the metal surfaces. Another day, another soul shuffled off to digital eternity. He glanced at the profile on the screen. Marcus Hall, age 47, married with 2 kids. Cancer had ravaged his body beyond repair, and his family had made the difficult decision to upload him. Wesley knew the drill: comfort the client, make the process seem serene, and never acknowledge the gnawing unease in his gut. Beside him, Daryl, the new recruit, was fumbling with the diagnostic tablet, his brow creased with concentration. Wesley suppressed a sigh. Training rookies was part of the job, but he had little patience for Daryl's nervous energy.
You good?
Wesley asked, glancing sideways. Daryl nodded too quickly.
Yeah, just making sure the neural integrity stays within range. It's holding steady.
It's fine,
Wesley replied, forcing his tone to stay even.
Just keep monitoring. If it dips below 98%, flag it.
Daryl hesitated.
Have you ever thought about what it's like on the other side, you know, when they wake up?
Wesley gave him a sidelong look.
You're not supposed to think about that. We're here to run the system, not speculate.
Daryl didn't press the matter, but his gaze remained on the screen, eyes tracking the cascading data as Marcus's consciousness slipped into the Forever program. As the upload neared completion, Wesley allowed his mind to wander. It had been years since he'd started working at Eternity Corp, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he was just a cog in some enormous faceless machine. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Layla Jennings. They'd been the same age when he'd uploaded her, and it had stuck with him more than most. Layla had been fighting terminal cancer, and Wesley remembered the way she had gripped his hand, her frail fingers trembling as she asked if it would hurt. He had lied to her, told her it would be peaceful, told her it was a gift, a new life where pain couldn't reach her. Her face still haunted him sometimes, especially on nights when he couldn't sleep, and the hum of the equipment seemed too loud. The progress bar hit 100% and the system beeped to confirm a successful upload. Daryl looked relieved.
We did it.
Wesley just nodded, entering the final authorization code to lock the session.
Get the family liaison in here,
he instructed.
Let them know it's done.
Daryl gave a quick nod and hurried out, leaving Wesley alone with his thoughts. He pulled up Marcus's profile to check the integrity logs one more time. As the data streamed past, a name caught his eye. Layla Jennings. Wesley frowned and double-checked, realizing that her upload had been completed just a few weeks earlier. His stomach twisted. Layla's mother.
What the hell?
He muttered, digging into the records. Catherine hadn't been sick, not terminally at least. The medical logs indicated congestive heart failure as the cause of death. Wesley's frown deepened as he scanned the file. Catherine's condition had been manageable with consistent treatment, but the logs revealed something far more troubling. Catherine had been skipping treatments for months. He pulled up financial records and found payments flagged under Layla Jennings' subscription fee. Wesley's gut twisted. Catherine had been skipping her own life-saving treatments to pay for Layla's continued existence in the Forever program. She hadn't been coerced directly. She had simply sacrificed herself to preserve her daughter's digital afterlife. His hands trembled. The realization settled like a stone in his stomach. Eternity Corp had bled her dry, and when she could no longer afford to live, they took what remained of her, both her money and her consciousness. Wesley could almost hear Catherine's weary, resigned voice in his mind, choosing to join Layla rather than cling to a life that had become a financial and emotional ruin. A voice broke his concentration.
You okay, Wes?
He looked up to see Daryl standing awkwardly at the doorway.
Yeah.
Wesley lied.
Just double-checking some records.
Daryl hesitated, clearly sensing something off.
You sure? You look stressed.
Wesley forced a thin smile.
It's just been a long day. Go ahead and prep the next client. I'll be there in a minute.
Daryl nodded and disappeared, leaving Wesley to his spiraling thoughts. He leaned back and rubbed his face, trying to process the implications. Layla's upload had been the first step, and Catherine's had been the tragic consequence. A woman driven to neglect her own health because she couldn't bear to abandon her daughter, even if it was just a digital echo. He couldn't let it go. During his break, he pulled up more of Catherine's records, digging into the last months of her life. The logs showed that Catherine had struggled financially after Layla's upload, falling into debt while desperately maintaining her daughter's subscription. Even after her heart condition worsened, she had refused treatment to ensure Layla's consciousness remained funded. Wesley clenched his fists, rage boiling under his skin. It wasn't just coercion, it was exploitation of a grieving mother's love. Eternity Corp had profited from Catherine's sacrifice, stripping her of her health and then claiming her soul when she could no longer pay. His pulse pounded in his ears. He couldn't stay silent, not this time. Reporting it internally would just get him fired, or worse, he needed someone who could expose it from the outside. As his thoughts raced, one name popped into his head: Dan Reyes. He knew contacting Reyes would be risky, but it was the only way to break the silence. As his shift ended, Wesley walked to the parking garage, keeping an eye out for surveillance. He slid into his car and pulled out his personal tablet, accessing an encrypted messaging app. He typed a quick message. I have proof of coercion and unethical practices. Layla and Layla Jennings, exploitation of grief and financial manipulation. Meet me at the South Pier tomorrow at midnight. Come alone. He hit send, his hands trembling as he set the tablet down. He couldn't afford to second-guess himself. He had seen too much, stayed quiet too long. If he didn't act now, he'd never forgive himself. Hours later, as the night wrapped the city in shadows, Wesley made his way to the pier, heart pounding in his chest. The air was cold and damp, and fog hung low over the water. He checked his watch. 5 minutes until midnight. He pulled his coat tighter and scanned the area, looking for any sign of movement. A car pulled up, its headlights cutting through the fog. Dan Reyes stepped out, his silhouette sharp and cautious as he approached.
You halt?
Reyes called, keeping his distance.
Yeah.
Wesley replied, forcing his voice to stay steady.
I got what you need.
Reyes raised an eyebrow.
You sure about this? Once you're involved, there's no going back.
Wesley nodded.
They're preying on vulnerable people. It's not just about uploads. It's about money, manipulation. They took advantage of Layla and Layla Jennings. They practically pushed Catherine into it by bleeding her dry.
Reyes glanced around, clearly on edge.
And you have proof?
Wesley handed him the data drive.
Logs, medical records, financial documents. It's all there. They exploited her grief and desperation, and it cost her life.
Reyes looked at the drive and then at Wesley, his face somber.
You're putting yourself at risk. You know that, right?
Wesley swallowed.
I don't care. Somebody has to know. They can't keep getting away with it.
Reyes gave him a grim nod before disappearing into the fog, leaving Wesley alone on the pier. Wesley took a deep breath, his heart still racing. He had done the right thing, or so he hoped. As he walked back to his car, his phone buzzed with a notification from the company, an emergency security update. His stomach dropped. They knew. He drove away from the pier, fear clawing at his insides, but determination hardening his resolve. He had crossed a line tonight, one that could never be uncrossed. But no matter what happened, he couldn't let them silence him. He had set something in motion that would expose the truth, and he would face the consequences. As he disappeared into the dark city streets, Wesley couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were closing in. Jamie sat on the edge of the cot, staring at the cracked, discolored tiles on the clinic floor. Her body felt heavy, like it didn't quite belong to her. A faint buzzing echoed in her head, persistent, unyielding. She pressed her palms to her temples and breathed deeply, trying to ground herself, but it felt like her own thoughts were pushing back against her. Dr. Crow's voice came through the intercom, soothing and clinical.
Jamie, can you hear me?
She nodded before remembering he couldn't see her.
Yes.
She mumbled. A long pause.
How do you feel?
Jamie hesitated, unsure of how to answer. How did she feel? Disoriented. Hollow, as if someone had stretched her skin over something foreign.
Tired,
she finally said.
That's to be expected,
Crow replied, his tone professional but detached.
We're running a few diagnostics. Just relax.
Jamie squinted at her hands, feeling disconnected from her own fingers. She clenched them experimentally, half expecting them not to respond. But they did, stiff and sluggish, like they belonged to a mannequin. Suddenly something tugged at her thoughts, and a shiver ran down her spine. A voice echoed in the back of her mind, soft but urgent.
Where am I? Why can't I move?
Jamie's heart raced, and she forced herself to breathe slowly. The voice faded, but the unease lingered, like a shadow just out of sight. Hours passed, and Dr. Crow finally entered the room, his presence cold and analytical. Jamie glanced up, struggling to focus.
What's happening to me?
She whispered. Crow offered a carefully composed smile.
You've been through a lot. Your body needs time to adjust. I'll have someone bring you some food.
She nodded weakly, grateful for any semblance of normalcy. As he left, her gaze drifted to the small window, high and narrow. A streak of pale sunlight cut through the gloom, and Jamie found herself mesmerized by it, aching for the outside world. As she sat there, the voice returned, louder this time.
No, I have to get out of here. They're lying to me.
Jamie jerked upright, clutching her head.
Who's there?
The voice grew sharper, almost desperate.
I'm Naomi. This is my body. You have to let me out.
Jamie froze, terror squeezing her chest.
No, I'm Jamie. This is my body. You're not real.
The voice insisted, tinged with panic.
You're just a glitch. I'm the real one. Let me out.
Tears pricked Jamie's eyes.
Stop it. Stop talking to me.
Her door swung open, and a nurse stepped inside, carrying a tray of food. Jamie bit her lip, fighting back the tremors in her hands. The nurse gave her a tight smile, setting the tray on the small table.
Eat something,
the nurse said gently.
You'll feel better.
Jamie managed a nod, but the minute the nurse left, she collapsed into quiet sobs, her hands trembling as she forced herself to pick up the sandwich on the tray. She took a bite, barely tasting it, her mind a chaotic whirl of fear and confusion. As the night fell, the voice became more persistent, slipping through the cracks of Jamie's thoughts.
My family, I have to call them. They don't know I'm here. Please, let me through.
Jamie squeezed her eyes shut, pressing her palms hard against her temples.
Shut up. Shut up.
But the voice pushed harder, clawing at her consciousness.
Listen to me. Go to my phone. Find it. Call them. They need to know what happened.
Desperation gnawed at Jamie's sanity. She stumbled from the cot to the small cabinet where the clinic staff had placed her belongings. As she dug through it, her fingers found a phone, a sleek model that she didn't recognize. She stared at it, confusion coloring her thoughts.
It must be from another patient here,
the voice insisted.
Use it. You have to call my dad. Tell him I'm okay, please.
Against her better judgment, Jamie unlocked the phone. A quick swipe revealed a photo of a young woman, dark hair, green eyes, smiling on a beach. A sick feeling twisted in Jamie's stomach as she wondered what happened to her that her phone would be stuck in this place. Regardless, her fingers moved on their own, typing a number that she knew could only be Naomi's father. Before she could think, she pressed the call button. The phone rang, and her heart pounded painfully in her chest. It went to voicemail. A gruff, tired voice spoke.
Hey, you've reached Gary Evans. Leave a message.
Jamie swallowed hard, trying to summon words, but her throat felt thick and uncooperative.
Dad, it's me. I'm okay. I don't know where I am. Something's wrong. They did something to me and
The words choked off, and she ended the call, her breathing ragged. Jamie dropped the phone, backing away as if it had bitten her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and the voice grew louder, more forceful.
You have to let me out. Please, I'm real.
Meanwhile, in his office, Dr. Crow monitored the readouts, frowning as the neural patterns spiked and dipped. His fingers hovered over the control panel, adjusting stabilization parameters. The transfer had seemed successful, Naomi's consciousness fully integrated into the new host, but something was off. He reviewed the brainwave recordings, noting irregularities in the resonance patterns, a hint of instability, like two signals overlapping. He cursed under his breath, leaning closer to the screen. Just as he was about to call for assistance, his communicator buzzed. It was Alexander Voss. Crow composed himself and answered, projecting confidence.
The transfer was successful,
he reported.
The subject is acclimating. Early indications are positive.
Voss raised an eyebrow, his holographic image cool and detached.
No complications?
Minor adjustment issues,
Crow lied.
Expected during the initial integration period.
Make sure it works,
Voss replied sternly.
We've invested a fortune in this project, and we expect results.
Crow gave a short nod.
Understood.
As the call ended, he couldn't suppress his growing unease. Something wasn't right. He stood and made his way back to the recovery room, where Naomi, was supposed to be resting. When he opened the door, Jamie was hunched on the floor, clutching her head and sobbing. The phone lay discarded nearby, screen cracked from where it had been dropped. Crow knelt beside her, his voice low and commanding.
Naomi, can you hear me?
She looked up, but her eyes were wild and unfocused.
Who am I?
She whispered.
I'm Jamie, but I'm not.
Crow's jaw tightened.
You're Naomi. You're safe. Try to remember.
Jamie's hands shook as she pressed them to her head.
No, I was on the streets. I didn't ask for this.
Crow's mind raced. The residual personality was stronger than anticipated. Anomalous overlap. He needed to suppress it before the investors found out. Quickly, he signaled for sedation and 2 orderlies arrived to administer it. As Jamie's body relaxed into unconsciousness, Crow stared at her, the implications gnawing at him. Naomi's consciousness had taken root, but Jamie's mind had not fully relinquished control. He needed to act fast. If Voss or the others got wind of this complication, they would shut him down. He couldn't let this happen, not after all he had achieved. He made a note to increase neural synchronization frequencies and ordered full isolation until the issue stabilized. As he walked out of the room, a chill settled over him. The human brain was far more resilient than he had accounted for. He had thought the original consciousness would be erased, overwritten by the new one. Instead, Jamie's mind was fighting back, clawing its way to the surface. He couldn't let doubt creep in. Not now. Success demanded sacrifice, and he was too close to let morality cloud his judgment. Still, as he glanced back at the door, he couldn't ignore the unsettling realization that something far more complex and uncontrollable had taken root in that body. And if Jamie reclaimed control, it wouldn't just be the project that failed. It would be Crow's entire career. Jamie's eyes fluttered open, her vision blurred and heavy. Her limbs felt like they were filled with lead, and she fought to remember where she was. Slowly, the sterile clinic room came into focus, and panic clawed at her chest. She remembered the voice, Naomi, the strange, overlapping thoughts that didn't belong to her. She tried to sit up, but found her wrists strapped to the bed. The leather restraints bit into her skin, and she yanked at them desperately. Her heart raced, and her breathing grew shallow.
Calm down.
Naomi's voice whispered inside her mind.
We can't afford to panic right now. Shut up.
Jamie hissed through clenched teeth. She thrashed against the restraints, but it was no use.
Stop fighting me,
Naomi insisted.
If you get us killed, it won't matter who's in control.
Jamie froze, anger boiling over.
You're not real,
she whispered.
You're just some glitch. I'm real. I'm Jamie. And I'm Naomi.
The voice replied, quieter now, almost pleading.
But right now, it doesn't matter who we are. We have to get out of here. He's going to kill us if we stay.
Jamie shuddered, the fear in Naomi's voice sinking into her gut. She couldn't deny that Crow was dangerous. She'd seen the calculating coldness in his eyes. He didn't care about her. He just wanted his experiment to work. For a moment, the room was silent except for the hum of machinery. Jamie's anger wavered, and uncertainty seeped in.
Listen to me,
Naomi pressed.
I don't know what he did to us, but I know that if he finds out something went wrong, he'll just try again. We have to escape before he realizes we're not integrated.
Jamie swallowed, feeling the truth of Naomi's words like a stone in her stomach.
Fine,
she muttered.
We'll get out, but I'm in charge. Just get us out of here.
Naomi whispered. Footsteps echoed down the hallway, and Jamie tensed. Dr. Crow entered, clipboard in hand, his expression cool and professional. He didn't seem to notice her clenched jaw or the way her eyes tracked his every move.
How are we feeling today?
He asked, his tone detached. Jamie didn't answer, just glared at him. Crow made a note on his clipboard and moved closer to check the restraints. Jamie felt Naomi's presence urging her to act. When he leaned down to inspect the cuff on her wrist, Jamie lashed out, jerking her arm upward and managing to slam her elbow into his face. Crow staggered back, cursing, and before he could react, Jamie wrenched her other hand free and kicked him in the chest. He stumbled, dropping his clipboard.
Go, go,
Naomi urged. Jamie didn't hesitate. She bolted from the bed, ripping the IV from her arm, and sprinted down the hallway. Her bare feet slapped against the cold linoleum as alarms blared to life. She knew Crow would call for security, but she didn't care. She just needed to get out. As she rounded the corner, 2 orderlies blocked the way. One lunged for her, but Jamie ducked under his grasp and kneed him hard in the stomach. The other grabbed her arm, but she bit his hand and kicked his knee, sending him sprawling.
Look for backstairs,
Naomi prompted. Jamie took the hint, darting down the corridor and shoving through a door marked stairs. She leapt down the steps, 3 at a time, adrenaline numbing the pain in her feet. The exit sign glowed like a beacon below, and she burst through the door into the chilly night air. She didn't stop running until she was several blocks away, ducking into an alley and crouching behind a dumpster, gasping for breath.
We did it,
Naomi whispered, almost in disbelief. Jamie wiped sweat from her forehead, adrenaline still surging.
Don't get comfortable,
she muttered.
We're not safe yet.
Hours later, as dawn broke over the city, Jamie huddled in an abandoned warehouse, trying to catch her breath and calm her racing thoughts. She knew she needed a plan, somewhere to hide, some way to figure out what the hell had happened to her.
Go to the police,
Naomi urged.
We have to tell them what Crow did.
Jamie shook her head.
They'll just think I'm crazy. Or worse, they'll send me back. You can't just keep running forever.
Naomi argued.
We need help.
Jamie's hands shook.
You don't get it. People like me, the cops don't listen. They don't care. You think they're going to believe I'm some science experiment gone wrong?
Naomi hesitated, the doubt seeping into her thoughts.
What about a church? There's a pastor, Father Matthias. He helps people. He won't turn us away.
Jamie rubbed her temples, the headache pulsing at her skull.
Why him? I remember him,
Naomi admitted.
He used to run a community center. He helped a lot of people. If anyone will listen, it's him.
Jamie didn't want to admit it, but Naomi's idea made sense. The church would be safer than going to the authorities. Cops wouldn't look for her there. Reluctantly, she pushed herself to her feet.
Fine, we'll try the church. But if he calls the cops, we're gone.
Navigating the city with Naomi whispering directions was a maddening experience. Jamie wanted to scream at her to shut up, but she couldn't risk drawing attention. The streets were busy now, commuters hurrying to work, and she kept her head down to avoid drawing notice. Finally, they reached the church, a weathered building with stained glass windows and a sagging sign that read, St. Michael's Community Center. Jamie hesitated, fear gnawing at her resolve.
It's safe,
Naomi insisted.
Just go in.
Taking a deep breath, Jamie pushed open the door and stepped inside. The air was cool and smelled faintly of incense. A few people knelt in the pews, heads bowed in prayer. At the front, an older man in a worn clerical collar straightened and turned toward her.
Good morning,
he greeted, his voice warm and kind.
Can I help you?
Jamie swallowed hard, trying to find her words.
I need help. Someone's after me.
Father Matthias studied her with gentle concern.
Come, sit down. You're safe here.
Jamie hesitated, but Naomi urged her forward. As she settled into the front pew, Matthias sat beside her, his hands folded.
You look like you've been through something terrible,
he said softly.
Take your time.
Tears stung Jamie's eyes, and she struggled to hold them back.
They did something to me, changed me. I'm not just me anymore.
Father Matthias nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving her face.
Who did this to you?
Dr. Crow,
Jamie whispered.
He put someone else in my head, another person. Her name's Naomi.
Jamie's chest tightened and a surge of relief washed over her.
Can you help me?
Father Matthias looked troubled but determined.
I'll do what I can. You're safe here. Rest.
Tell him about the phone call,
Naomi prompted. Jamie hesitated but finally whispered.
I called Naomi's dad. I didn't know what to say. He's probably looking for her.
The priest nodded.
We'll figure out the right way to handle it. You did what you thought was right.
For the first time since her escape, Jamie felt a flicker of hope. She leaned back in the pew, exhaustion creeping over her. As her eyes drifted shut, Naomi's voice softened in her mind.
We did good,
Naomi whispered.
Maybe we'll be okay.
But Jamie knew better than to let her guard down. Crow wouldn't stop looking for her, and she didn't know how much longer she could keep fighting herself. For now, though, she let herself rest, just for a moment, in the sanctuary of the old church. Dr. Elias Crow adjusted the neural stabilization settings on the holographic console, his fingers dancing over the interface with practiced precision. The lab was quiet except for the hum of machinery, and the air was thick with the anticipation of either groundbreaking success or catastrophic failure. Crow barely noticed the soft chime as Alexander Voss's face appeared on his personal terminal, sharp, calculating eyes boring into him.
Tell me you have good news, Crow.
Voss snapped. Crow straightened, masking his exhaustion.
I believe I've found the missing piece,
he replied, keeping his voice calm and confident.
The problem with previous attempts wasn't just the donor body's condition, it was the residual consciousness. Even if the brain was viable, the presence of the host's consciousness caused instability. It fought back.
Voss arched an eyebrow.
And you've solved that problem?
Crow nodded.
The answer is to upload the host's consciousness to the Forever program before transferring the new one. This ensures that the body is viable but entirely empty, a blank slate ready for the new mind.
Voss's lips curled into a satisfied smirk.
Clever. I assume you're about to test this theory.
I am,
Crow confirmed.
The subject is Felicia Reyes, one of the most resilient consciousnesses in the Forever program. Her survival instincts are unparalleled. She survived human trafficking as a teenager, escaped, rebuilt her life, became a social media influencer, and even survived a mass shooting long enough to end up on life support. Her mother uploaded her out of desperation. The subscription lapsed, and she fell into corporate possession. She's perfect for this test.
Voss seemed intrigued.
Survival instincts, you say? You think they'll persist in a new body?
That's what I'm counting on,
Crow said, his voice tinged with something like reverence.
Her drive to survive is embedded in her neural signature. If we can transfer that resilience into a new host, it will prove the continuity of identity even beyond death.
Voss gave a brisk nod.
Then do it. Prove that your theory works.
The call ended and Crow let out a slow breath, centering himself. He approached the operating table where Felicia's new body lay, young, athletic, and healthy. The previous occupant's consciousness had already been uploaded to the Forever program, leaving the body empty and viable. He initiated the transfer process, routing Felicia's digital consciousness through the neural interface. Data streamed across the monitors, neural pathways lighting up as the consciousness took root in the host brain. Crow watched intently, his heart pounding in his chest. The body twitched, and Crow leaned closer, adrenaline surging. Slowly, Felicia's eyelids fluttered open, and she took a shaky, uneven breath.
Felicia?
Crow called softly.
Can you hear me?
Her eyes moved, focusing on his face. Confusion flickered across her features and her fingers curled against the bed.
Where am I?
She whispered, her voice weak and uncertain. Crow forced a reassuring smile.
You're safe. You've been given a new chance, a new life.
Felicia frowned, struggling to sit up.
I was dead. I remember bleeding out. My mom crying.
She choked on the words, her hands shaking as they touched her face.
Yes,
Crow said gently.
You were on life support. Your mother made the decision to upload you. You've been preserved. Until now.
Her breathing grew more rapid, panic seeping into her eyes.
No, that's not all I remember. I remember being there.
Her voice grew hoarse and she pressed her palms to her temples.
The Forever program. They hurt me. I couldn't get away. They controlled everything. It never ended.
Crow froze, caught off guard.
What are you talking about?
Felicia looked up at him, her expression haunted.
They tortured me. I was trapped, forced to entertain them. Over and over. I kept hoping someone would find out, that someone would save me.
Her voice broke, and tears streamed down her face.
But no one came.
Crow felt a chill creep down his spine. He had never considered that the Forever program could become a personal hell for some of its residents. Felicia was shaking now, clutching her head as if trying to hold herself together.
It wasn't supposed to be like that,
he said softly, more to himself than to her. Felicia didn't seem to hear him.
There was this woman. She said I belonged to her, like I was her toy. She made me dance, made me beg. And when I tried to fight back, she would shut me down, make me feel everything and nothing at the same time. I thought it would never end.
Crow clenched his jaw, pushing down his discomfort.
Felicia, listen to me. You're not there anymore. You're back. You survived.
She looked up, eyes glassy with fear and anger.
Why did you bring me back?
She whispered.
Why couldn't you just let me go?
Because you're unique,
Crow replied, trying to keep his tone steady.
You have a will to survive that defies logic. You kept fighting through everything. Human trafficking, rebuilding your life, surviving a shooting. I needed to see if that instinct would carry over in a new body.
Her eyes darkened with fury.
You used me? You didn't care what I wanted?
Crow hesitated, unsure how to respond.
I gave you a second chance.
A second chance at what?
Felicia shot back, her voice cracking.
More pain? More fear? I didn't ask for this.
She buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Crow's communicator chimed, and he cursed under his breath, stepping out of the room to take the call. Voss appeared on the screen, his expression expectant.
Well?
Voss demanded.
Is she functional?
Crow hesitated, swallowing his frustration.
The transfer was successful. Full integration. The subject is emotionally unstable, but that's expected during acclimation.
Voss frowned.
Emotionally unstable. That's not acceptable. The point is to create functional beings, not broken wrecks.
Crow straightened.
She's functional. Just processing trauma from the Forever program.
Voss's eyes narrowed.
Then stabilize her. We can't afford to lose the project because of psychological fallout.
The call ended, and Crow gritted his teeth, pushing back his anger. He returned to the lab, finding Felicia curled up on the bed, whispering to herself.
I'll be good. I'll be good. Please don't hurt me.
She mumbled. Crow approached cautiously, forcing his voice to be calm.
Felicia, it's me. You're safe now.
Her eyes darted to him, wide and fearful.
You're just like them. You think you can own me, control me.
He reached out, but she jerked away, backing into the corner of the room. Crow's mind raced. He couldn't afford this breakdown. He needed her stabilized, coherent, functional. Without thinking, he triggered a mild sedation signal through the neural stabilizer. Felicia's body relaxed, her breathing slowing, but her eyes remained accusatory even as the drug took effect. Crow forced himself to remain composed. He couldn't let his frustration or doubt show. The transfer had succeeded, technically, but Felicia's broken spirit and fractured psyche weren't part of his plan. He made a quick note on his tablet, labeling the experiment as successful, further psychological rehabilitation required, and submitted the report. As he walked back to his office, his mind churned with questions he didn't want to ask. Had he really saved Felicia? Or had he just traded one nightmare for another? The sound of Felicia's muffled sobs echoed in his mind long after he closed the door behind him, and for the first time in years, Elias Crow felt something almost foreign, a whisper of guilt. Father Matthias stood in the arched hallway of St. Michael's Cathedral, the filtered sunlight painting patterns on the worn stone floor. His hands were clasped in front of him, and he fought the anxious tremor in his fingers. Bishop Alcott's office door stood ajar, and he could hear the familiar measured voice inside speaking on the phone. He didn't have to strain to catch the words. The bishop was speaking loudly, perhaps purposefully.
Yes, I understand, Senator. The Church's position remains clear. Digital consciousness is not a soul. The data stored in the Forever program is merely a simulation, a shadow,
not a person. There was a long pause, and Alcott's tone softened, his voice dropping just slightly. We cannot endorse the idea that humanity can be digitized. Doing so would undermine the fundamental tenets of faith. Yes, of course, thank you for your understanding. A soft click signaled the end of the call, and Matthias hesitated before lightly knocking on the doorframe. Come in, Alcott called, his tone instantly warm and welcoming. Matthias stepped inside, offering a polite nod. Alcott, a tall, stately figure with graying hair and piercing eyes, gestured for him to sit. I've been meaning to speak with you, Father Matthias. Alcott began, folding his hands on the desk. You've no doubt heard about the upcoming congressional hearing.
Yes, Your Grace,
Matthias replied, his voice steady despite the unease gnawing at his stomach.
I was informed this morning that they expect me to testify.
Alcott nodded, offering a reassuring smile. There's no need to worry. The Church's position is firm and unassailable. You will simply affirm our long-standing doctrine that digital entities are not souls. We must not allow modern technology to blur the lines of our faith. Matthias forced himself to nod, though his thoughts raced.
Of course, Your Grace, I understand.
Alcott gave him a thoughtful look. You've always been a reliable voice of reason, Matthias. I have faith that you will handle this with grace and conviction. Remember, the Church cannot be seen as wavering. If we concede ground on this, we risk compromising our moral authority. Matthias hesitated, guilt swirling within him.
What about the people who have suffered because of the Forever program? Those who feel betrayed or harmed?
Alcott's expression darkened. Their pain is real, but it is not our responsibility. We did not create this technology. Our only concern is maintaining theological clarity. If we begin sympathizing with the notion that data can feel pain, we risk opening a theological crisis. Matthias swallowed back his unease.
Understood.
Alcott gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Go with God, Father Matthias. Speak with conviction and protect the integrity of the Church. As Matthias left the office, a knot of dread tightened in his stomach. He couldn't shake the faces of the families that had come to him, parishioners like Teresa, who had lost everything in the hope of preserving their loved ones. The Church's stance felt increasingly hollow and heartless, and his conscience gnawed at him. The congressional hearing room was a grand, imposing space with high ceilings and polished wood. Rows of seats stretched in neat lines filled with reporters, politicians, and concerned citizens. Matthias sat at the witness table, feeling exposed and vulnerable under the scrutiny. Ava Moreno sat at the opposite end of the table, poised and confident. Her presence was commanding, and Matthias couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment toward her ease. He knew her in her previous role as an Eternity Inc. lead family counselor, a euphemism for regional sales manager. But now she was Eternity Inc.'s face of PR. Her polished public relations face was always composed, always on message. Senator Harris, a stern woman with sharp eyes, adjusted her microphone and began.
This session will continue the examination of the ethical and moral implications of the Forever program, including whether the program has exploited vulnerable individuals. Father Matthias, thank you for your willingness to testify today.
Matthias offered a nod.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Senator.
Harris glanced at her notes.
Father, what is the Church's position on what are the entities that are stored in the Forever program by Eternity Inc.? Are these entities human, or are they souls?
Matthias hesitated, his mind flashing back to Alcott's warning.
Senator,
he said slowly,
the Church's position is that the soul transcends the physical body at the moment of death. What remains in the Forever program is not a soul.
Ava gave a satisfied smile, and Matthias felt a pang of guilt. Senator Harris continued.
And yet, many people believe that these digital entities demonstrate emotions, memories, and responses consistent with human consciousness. How does the Church reconcile this with its stance?
Matthias struggled for words, his thoughts a jumble of conflicting emotions.
Theologically speaking, the presence of memories and responses does not constitute a soul. It is a simulation, a preservation of thought patterns, not the essence of life.
Harris raised an eyebrow.
Then why are families reporting severe emotional distress after seeing their loved ones mistreated within the program? How do you explain the sense of suffering reported by these digital entities?
Matthias felt his pulse quicken.
I cannot speak to the specifics of how the program functions, but suffering, real or perceived, should be addressed with compassion.
Ava leaned forward, her voice calm and assertive.
The Forever program offers solace to those who have lost loved ones. We ensure that residents are treated with dignity and respect. Any claim to the contrary is either unverified or exaggerated.
Harris shot Ava a sharp look.
We have testimony that says otherwise, Ms. Moreno. Residents have reported being exploited, used as personal servants, or subjected to torment for the amusement of wealthy patrons.
Ava maintained her professional smile.
We conduct regular audits to ensure compliance. Patrons violating our guidelines are promptly banned. These incidents are isolated and do not reflect our overall mission.
Senator Porter, a burly man with a bristling mustache, cut in.
Father Matthias, your parish received significant donations from Eternity Inc., did it not?
Matthias hesitated.
Yes. The church has received contributions to support community outreach and charity initiatives.
Porter's gaze sharpened.
Would you say these donations influenced your willingness to endorse the Forever program?
The question hung like a noose tightening around his throat. Matthias thought of Teresa, how she'd come to him, weeping after her husband Martin was uploaded. He remembered her anger when she found out that the program wasn't an eternal rest, but a living nightmare. Matthias looked at Ava, whose confident facade remained unmoved, and then back at the senators. He realized that if he continued to lie, he would betray not only his faith, but also the people he had promised to protect. He took a deep breath and spoke.
Those donations came with expectations. Eternity Inc. wanted public support from the church. I didn't see it at the time, but it was a transaction, a way to legitimize their program. I cannot in good conscience continue to claim that the Forever program is ethical or humane. I have seen the pain it has caused people in my parish like Teresa. They believed they were saving their loved ones. Instead, they condemned them to suffering.
Gasps echoed from the audience, and Ava's face froze, her carefully maintained smile slipping. Senator Harris leaned in.
So you're saying the church's endorsement was influenced by financial incentives?
Matthias felt his stomach lurch.
Yes, I failed to see it then, but I see it now. We allowed ourselves to be complicit in legitimizing something that is, at its core, morally corrupt.
Ava cleared her throat, trying to regain control of the narrative.
Father Matthias's statements are his own and do not reflect the church's official position. Eternity Inc. has always operated transparently.
Senator Harris cut her off.
We'll be looking into those donations, Ms. Moreno. As for you, Father Matthias, thank you for your honesty. This committee will take your testimony into consideration.
As the session adjourned, Matthias remained seated, his hands still trembling but his conscience strangely clear. He knew that the church would denounce him, that Alcott would likely strip him of his position. But for once, he had chosen truth over obedience, and that decision felt painfully necessary. As he left the building, reporters swarmed, but Lara was there, guiding him past the chaos.
You did good,
she whispered. Matthias gave a weary nod, unsure whether his actions would bring justice or just more pain, but he knew one thing. He could no longer pretend that doctrine was more important than human dignity. Felicia Reyes wandered through the familiar streets of her old neighborhood, her heart pounding like a war drum. The faded storefronts and cracked sidewalks looked just as they had before she died, but everything felt different now, colder, lonelier, like the world had moved on without her. The cheap hoodie she wore was pulled tight around her face, shielding her from the judgmental stares of strangers. She kept her head down, moving quickly through the alleys and side streets, avoiding the busier avenues. Her mind raced with questions that had no answers. What was she supposed to do now? How could she prove to her family that she was really herself? The last few weeks had been a blur of fear and desperation. After escaping Dr. Crow's clinic, she had scavenged whatever food she could find and slept in abandoned buildings, constantly on the move to avoid being caught. A new fear haunted her every night. Someone realizing she didn't belong, that she was supposed to be dead, and that she was in a stolen body. She tightened her grip on her small, battered backpack, the one she'd found discarded in an alley, and tried to focus on her plan. Her mother's rejection had shattered her, but she couldn't give up yet. There had to be someone who would believe her, someone who wouldn't look at her like she was a monster. Her cousin Marisol lived just a few miles from her mother's house. They had been close once, sharing stories, dreams, and plans for the future. Marisol had always been like a sister, someone who understood her better than anyone else. If she could just talk to her, make her see reason, maybe Marisol would help her figure out what to do next. The small apartment building was just as she remembered. Peeling paint and cracked windows, the faint smell of cigarettes hanging in the air. She climbed the narrow staircase to the second floor, nerves twisting her stomach into knots. When she reached the door marked 2B, she hesitated, her fist hovering just above the wood. Taking a deep breath, she knocked twice. Silence. Then shuffling footsteps from inside. Felicia heard the lock click, and the door opened a few inches, the security chain still in place. Marisol peered through the gap, eyes cautious and curious.
Marisol.
Felicia whispered, trying to keep her voice steady.
It's me. It's Felicia.
Marisol froze, her expression shifting from confusion to fear.
Who are you?
She demanded, her voice low and tense. Felicia felt a pang of panic.
It's me. I know I don't look like myself, but something happened. They brought me back, but in a different body. You have to believe me.
Marisol's face twisted with disgust.
Get out of here. You're not her. You're one of those freaks, one of those copies.
Felicia's throat tightened.
Please, just let me explain. I remember everything. We used to talk about running away to California, remember? We were going to open that little shop by the beach. You always said...
Shut up!
Marisol snapped, her voice trembling.
My aunt warned me about you. She said some freak came by pretending to be Felicia. If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the cops.
Felicia took a step back, her hands shaking.
Marisol, please.
I said go!
Marisol shouted, slamming the door shut. A moment later, Felicia heard the sound of a phone being dialed and fled down the stairs, her heart racing with fear and despair. Out on the street, she ducked into an alley and pressed her back against the cold brick, fighting to keep herself from sobbing. She could still hear Marisol's voice echoing in her mind, cold, accusing, terrified. Once again, she was completely alone. The weight of it crashed down on her like a tidal wave. Her family didn't want her. The people who were supposed to love her the most had already grieved, moved on, and buried her memory. To them, she was an intruder, a ghost trying to reclaim a life that no longer belonged to her. Her legs gave out, and she slid to the ground, burying her face in her hands. The reality of her situation was crushing. She was legally dead, in a stolen body, hunted by powerful people who saw her as nothing more than an experiment. A shuddering sob escaped her, and she wiped her face with the back of her hand, trying to gather herself. After what felt like hours, she forced herself to move. Wandering aimlessly, she passed through the bustling downtown area, dodging groups of teenagers and businessmen alike. Her eyes caught on a television screen through a storefront window, some news broadcast covering the congressional hearings. Her heart skipped a beat as she recognized Father Matthias on the screen, his voice calm and resolute. He was speaking about the residents of the Forever program, defending their right to be treated as human beings. He looked tired, worn, but determined. Felicia pressed closer to the glass, absorbing every word.
These people feel pain, fear, and despair.
He said firmly.
We cannot simply dismiss their suffering because we fail to understand it. Whether they are data or flesh, they are conscious, and consciousness deserves dignity.
A spark of hope flickered in her chest. He understood. He actually understood. Maybe he could help her. She didn't have anywhere else to go, and even though she didn't know him personally, his words resonated with her in a way nothing else had since she came back. She turned away from the screen and started walking with purpose. Heading towards St. Michael's, she'd seen enough of the news to know that was his parish. It wasn't far, just a few miles across town. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Felicia moved faster, driven by the desperate hope that Father Matthias might see her for who she truly was. When she finally reached the church, the sight of it made her hesitate. Tall and imposing, St. Michael's loomed against the darkening sky, its stained glass windows glowing faintly from the light within. Felicia's pulse quickened. What if he didn't believe her? What if he looked at her the way her mother and Marisol had, as something unnatural? Her hands shook as she pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. The warm scent of incense filled her senses, mingling with the soft flicker of candlelight. A few worshippers were scattered among the pews, heads bowed in silent prayer. At the far end of the aisle near the altar, Father Matthias knelt in contemplation. Felicia hesitated, unsure of what to say or how to start. Her footsteps echoed on the stone floor as she moved closer, and Matthias glanced up, his expression softening when he saw her.
Hello?
He said gently.
Are you in need of help?
Felicia opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She wanted to tell him everything, to unload the weight crushing her soul, but the words wouldn't form. Matthias rose to his feet, his calm presence comforting and steady. He gave her a reassuring smile.
It's all right. You don't have to be afraid. You're safe here.
The words made something inside her break, and she lowered her head, fighting back tears. Matthias approached slowly, not wanting to startle her.
Do you want to sit down?
He asked. Nodding, Felicia moved to a nearby pew, her legs trembling as she sank onto the wooden bench. Matthias sat beside her, giving her space but remaining close enough to offer support.
What's your name?
He asked kindly. Felicia hesitated, wiping her damp cheeks with the sleeve of her hoodie.
Felicia,
she whispered. Matthias studied Felicia's face. Suddenly his thoughts flashed to the woman who had wandered into his parish in much the same way. The woman who had the consciousness of two young women, Jamie and Naomi. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just a lost soul or a troubled young woman. This was someone who had returned from the digital afterlife.
You were in the Forever program,
he whispered. Felicia nodded, her face tightening with pain, and the words escaped faster than she could control them.
They brought me back. Dr. Crow, he did something to me. I don't know why. I didn't ask for this. I just wanted to be at peace.
Matthias tried to steady his breathing, fighting the wave of unease. He had seen Naomi too, had seen the confusion and fear in her eyes after she returned from the Forever program. The implications sent a chill through him.
What did they do to you?
He asked. Felicia shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself.
They made me into something else. I'm alive, but no one believes it's really me. My mom, my cousin, they think I'm some kind of monster. They wouldn't even listen.
Matthias's heart ached at her words.
I'm sorry,
he whispered.
You don't deserve this.
Felicia looked at him, her eyes hollow and exhausted.
I don't know what to do. I have nowhere to go. I'm scared. Of being alone. Of being hunted down. They took everything from me. My family, my life. I'm nothing now.
Matthias reached out, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder.
You are not nothing. You are a child of God. Your soul, your spirit, is real, and no technology can take that from you.
Felicia choked back a sob.
But I don't even know who I am anymore. I thought coming home would fix it, but it made it worse.
He looked at her with compassion, his heart heavy.
Sometimes, the people we love can't understand what they don't know. Your family is afraid because they don't see the truth. But I see you. You are not a monster.
Her eyes filled with tears, and she wiped them with trembling hands.
You really believe that?
Yes.
Matthias said firmly.
You deserve a chance to find peace.
Felicia hesitated, before leaning into his shoulder, letting herself be held as she finally released her grief. Matthias wrapped his arms around her, offering what comfort he could. He didn't know what the future held, or how they could fight against the monstrous practices that brought her back, but he knew one thing: he would protect her, no matter the cost. As the candlelight flickered softly around them, Felicia let herself believe that maybe, just maybe, there was still a place for her in this world. Verena stood at the edge of the orchard, her hands wrapped around a weathered rake, as the virtual sun dipped low in the artificial sky. She took a deep breath, inhaling the faint scent of blossoms mixed with loamy earth. This place, the orchard, was her sanctuary. It was one of the few corners of the Forever program left untouched by Eternity Inc.'s relentless modernization. Her thoughts drifted as she worked, carefully tending to the apple trees that had grown twisted and stubborn over the years. Unlike so many other places in the Forever program, the orchard wasn't shiny or perfect. It was rough, resilient, much like her. She had been here longer than most, uploaded when the concept of digital immortality was still seen as a miracle rather than a trap. Back then, the contracts were simpler, the promise more humane. Now, she was just a relic in a world that had grown infinitely more cruel. The sound of footsteps pulled her attention, and she glanced over her shoulder to see Layla approaching, her red hair glinting in the dappled light. Verena offered a faint smile, brushing dirt from her hands.
Got a minute?
Layla asked, her tone unusually tense.
Always.
Verena replied.
What's going on?
Layla hesitated, glancing back toward the path as if making sure no one was following.
Rachel sent a message. There's going to be a massive protest tomorrow, outside Eternity Inc.'s headquarters. They're planning to broadcast testimonies from residents. She's asking if we'll participate.
Verena's eyebrows rose.
Broadcast? That's risky. If they track us down?
Layla nodded.
Rachel thinks it's the best shot we've got. Apparently the public outrage is building. People are questioning the ethics of the Forever program, especially after the last hearing.
Verena looked out and at the rows of trees, her thoughts heavy.
Do you think it'll work? Do you think they'll actually listen to us this time?
Layla gave a helpless shrug.
I don't know, but it's not just us. Families are demanding answers. They're realizing that their loved ones are being exploited, or worse. Some are finding out that patrons took over their relatives' contracts without consent, just to keep them in the system.
Verena sighed.
I hate it. I hate knowing that while we're relatively safe, others are being used like puppets, all because they fell behind on their payments or couldn't afford the premium plans.
Layla's expression darkened.
We might be safe from that kind of exploitation, but we're not safe from seeing it. Every day, more people come through here, desperate and broken. They were promised peace, just like we were, but they got sold to the highest bidder.
Verena set down the rake and leaned against the tree.
Then we have to do it. We have to speak out, not just for ourselves, but for everyone who's stuck in this nightmare.
A rustle from behind made them both turn. Derek stepped into the clearing, his face pale and anxious.
I heard you talking,
he said, his voice wavering.
You're really going to speak out?
Verena nodded.
If we don't, nothing will change. We can't just keep watching people suffer while Eternity Inc. profits off their misery.
Derek glanced at the ground.
What if they come after us? What if they cut us off for talking?
Layla put a hand on his shoulder.
That's why we're doing this as a group. If they come for one of us, they'll have to come for all of us. And with the outside world watching, they can't afford to make us disappear without raising suspicion.
Verena gave him an encouraging nod.
You don't have to decide now. Just think about it. You've got a voice, Derek. You deserve to be heard.
Later that evening, Verena and Layla gathered in the center of the orchard, where the residents had begun to assemble. The energy was tense. Some people were anxious, others determined. Verena climbed onto the old stone bench, drawing everyone's attention.
We've all been through hell.
Verena began, her voice carrying over the murmurs.
Some of us were promised peace and found servitude instead. Some of us were trapped in the program because our families couldn't afford the fees. And some of us had our contracts bought out by strangers who see us as nothing more than digital slaves.
A few heads nodded and quiet agreement spread through the crowd.
There's a protest tomorrow,
Verena continued.
Families, survivors, and advocates are gathering outside Eternity Inc.'s headquarters. They're calling for justice, and they're demanding to hear from us. Rachel's organizing the broadcast. If we can show them who we really are, if they can see our faces and hear our voices, they might finally understand that we're not just data. We're human.
An elderly woman named Eliza raised her hand.
What if it doesn't make a difference? What if they just ignore us again?
Layla stepped forward.
They won't be able to ignore it. The pressure is building. If enough of us speak out, if enough families speak out, they'll have to face the truth. We just need to be brave enough to take that step.
Another resident, a young man named Marco, spoke up.
I'm scared. If they figure out who I am, they might wipe my data. I don't want to risk it.
Verena gave him a compassionate look.
It's your choice. No one will force you to speak out. But if you decide to, if you decide that your story needs to be heard, we'll stand with you. You're not alone in this.
One by one, residents began lining up to record their testimonies. Verena guided them to the recording station that Rachel had set up through the network, encouraging them to speak from the heart. Her own statement came first.
My name is Verena. I've been in the Forever program since the beginning. Back then, they promised us eternal rest, a peaceful continuation of life. Instead, I've watched countless people fall into a nightmare. They're trapped, forced to work off debts or sold to patrons who use them like playthings. It's not immortality, it's slavery. Please help us fight this. We deserve freedom.
Layla followed, her hands trembling but her voice resolute.
I'm Layla Jennings. I thought I was getting a second chance, a way to keep living after the cancer took everything. Instead, I woke up to find that I was nothing more than a digital asset, and now I have to watch other people get exploited while I'm powerless to help. We are not toys. We are not property. Please, help us get our lives back.
More voices followed. An elderly man recounted how his family was pressured to sign over his consciousness after a stroke. A young mother wept as she described being auctioned to wealthy patrons who used her as digital entertainment. A former teacher spoke bitterly about how her legacy had been turned into a novelty for the rich. Derek gave his testimony last, his voice shaky but determined.
My name is Derek Carter. I thought dying meant peace, but I woke up to find that my consciousness had been sold to cover unpaid bills. My family doesn't know. They think I'm safe. I'm not safe. I'm a prisoner. We deserve justice.
The next day, the broadcast went live during the protest. Verena and Layla watched from the orchard as their faces appeared on massive screens outside Eternity Inc.'s headquarters. Crowds filled the streets, chanting for justice and waving signs that read, "Digital doesn't mean disposable. Human rights for all consciousness. Our families are not your property." As the testimonies played, the crowd grew louder, fueled by anger and grief. Reporters struggled to cover the surge of emotion, and social media exploded with reactions. Families sobbed openly, hearing their loved ones' voices for the first time in years. Verena squeezed Layla's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks.
We did it,
she whispered.
They're finally listening.
Layla nodded, her own eyes bright with emotion.
This is just the beginning. We're not going to be forgotten.
The fight wasn't over, but the silence had been shattered. For the first time in years, Verena felt a flicker of hope. a belief that the world might finally see them as human again. Ava Moreno stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of her office, her gaze fixed on the sprawling city below. The streets outside Eternity Inc.'s headquarters were packed with protesters, their signs raised high, their voices merging into an indistinct roar even 20 stories up. The massive screens outside displayed one testimony after another, digital residents pleading for justice, recounting their stories of exploitation and betrayal. It was chaos, and it was all landing squarely on Ava's shoulders. She rubbed her temples, trying to quell the headache pounding behind her eyes. The backlash from Father Matthias's statements had been fierce and unrelenting, amplified by the church's conspicuous silence. The media was gleefully broadcasting the perception that the church had abandoned Eternity Inc., and public sentiment was turning sour by the hour. Her phone buzzed on the desk behind her, and Ava picked it up without checking the caller ID.
Ava, it's Brennan.
His voice was tense, crackling with irritation.
What the hell is going on down there? Our stock is tanking, the protesters are growing by the minute, and the board is breathing down my neck. What are you doing to fix this?
Ava clenched her jaw, keeping her voice steady.
Damage control. I've been coordinating with PR to counter the negative press and highlight our success stories. I've also got the bishop drafting a statement to clarify the church's stance. We'll emphasize that Father Matthias was speaking out of personal conviction, not on behalf of the institution.
Brennan huffed.
This is a disaster. You need to get on top of it, now.
I am.
Ava shot back, sharper than intended.
And we need to talk about your public appearances. Every time you're on camera, you're making things worse.
Brennan scoffed.
Excuse me?
She didn't back down.
You're coming across as defensive and dismissive. You're blaming protesters instead of addressing their concerns. That's only adding fuel to the fire. We need a more conciliatory tone. Show that we're listening and willing to make changes.
We're not making changes.
Brennan snapped.
We're doubling down. Show strength, Ava. That's how we push through.
Ava forced herself to take a deep breath.
Strength without strategy is just bluster. We need to secure political support and reframe this crisis before it spirals out of control. I've already scheduled meetings with key senators and representatives to ensure they're still on our side.
Silence on the other end. Ava pushed forward, determined.
Let me handle this. You focus on maintaining internal stability. I'll handle the optics and political damage. We can't afford any more missteps.
Brennan grumbled something unintelligible and hung up without another word. Ava resisted the urge to throw her phone across the room. Instead, she composed herself and tapped the intercom.
Jordan, is the conference room set up for the meeting with Senator Whitmore?
Yes, ma'am.
Came Jordan's efficient reply.
The senator's office confirmed they'll be arriving shortly.
Good. Make sure there's fresh coffee and refreshments. I'll be down in 5.
The conference room was immaculate when Ava arrived, with a soft floral arrangement at the center of the table and glasses of chilled water at each seat. Ava straightened her jacket, smoothing her blouse as she mentally rehearsed her pitch. Senator Helen Whitmore entered a few moments later, flanked by 2 aides. She was a tall, imposing woman with a no-nonsense demeanor and a reputation for grilling corporate executives during hearings. Ava greeted her warmly, offering a firm handshake.
Senator Whitmore, thank you for coming. I know your schedule is demanding.
Whitmore gave a curt nod.
It's been a circus lately, Ms. Moreno. This protest has taken on a life of its own. You've got a PR nightmare on your hands.
I'm well aware.
Ava replied, gesturing to the seats.
That's why I wanted to speak with you directly. We value your insight and your continued support.
They sat, and Ava wasted no time getting to the point.
We're facing a critical juncture. The public perception of the Forever program has taken a major hit, largely because of misinformation and misrepresentation. But we're committed to addressing legitimate concerns. I'm here to outline our plan to implement stronger internal oversight and stricter regulations to ensure resident welfare.
Whitmore arched an eyebrow.
Regulations? That's a significant shift from your company's usual stance.
Ava offered a wry smile.
It's necessary. We've seen that the public needs reassurance that our practices are ethical and transparent. We'll be instituting a third-party review board to oversee resident contracts and ensure that no one is exploited or mistreated. This will demonstrate that Eternity Inc. is willing to evolve responsibly.
Whitmore leaned back, considering.
And Brennan is on board with this?
Ava hesitated.
He will be. Leadership needs to adapt to the changing climate. I intend to steer the company toward a more accountable future.
The senator's lips quirked upward.
Ambitious. And what about Father Matthias? His testimony struck a chord with a lot of people. How do you plan to counter his message without alienating the religious demographic?
Ava chose her words carefully.
We're emphasizing that his statements were personal opinions, not reflective of the church's stance. The bishop is drafting a statement reaffirming the partnership between Eternity Inc. and the church. We're also highlighting successful resident stories, people whose lives were saved by the Forever program.
Whitmore gave a skeptical nod.
That's a start, but you'll need more than anecdotes to regain public trust.
Ava leaned forward, her tone more personal.
Senator, you and I both know how much power perception holds. Brennan's approach lacks nuance. He's trying to strong-arm the situation, and it's only making things worse. My strategy is to acknowledge the concerns, address them directly, and prove that Eternity Inc. is capable of reform.
Whitmore glanced at her aide before giving a thoughtful nod.
If you're serious about change, you might just salvage this. But be prepared. Public sentiment can turn on a dime.
Ava smiled, exuding confidence.
I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Senator.
After Whitmore left, Ava returned to her office, her mind racing. The meeting had gone well, but she needed more than just one ally. She needed to reposition herself as the leader Eternity Inc. needed. A leader who could weather the storm without resorting to Brennan's outdated tactics. Jordan entered the office with a tablet in hand.
Ms. Moreno, I have updates from the communications team. The bishop's statement just went public. It's framing Matthias's comments as personal reflections rather than official doctrine. Public response is mixed, but it's helping to stabilize our reputation.
Ava took the tablet, scanning the statement. It was carefully worded, non-committal, but supportive enough to suggest the church wasn't abandoning Eternity Inc. entirely. It was the best they could hope for under the circumstances.
Good.
Ava said.
Start preparing a briefing for the board. We're pivoting toward a reform narrative. I want them to know that our leadership is willing to adapt.
Jordan hesitated.
Are you planning to present this with Brennan?
No.
Ava replied firmly.
This is my initiative. Brennan's approach is damaging us. He's too combative, too resistant to change. The board needs to see that we're capable of evolving. If I have to be the face of that change, so be it.
Jordan gave a slow nod, recognizing the shift in power dynamics.
Understood, ma'am.
As he left, Ava allowed herself a moment of reflection. The company was teetering on the edge of collapse, and if she didn't act decisively, they would lose control of the narrative entirely. Brennan's bluster had driven them into a corner, and it would take careful, strategic leadership to pull them back. Taking a deep breath, Ava opened her laptop and began drafting the proposal for the new oversight regulations. If she was going to take control of Eternity Inc., it had to be now. While Brennan was too busy fuming to see the coup coming, she smiled faintly, confidence sharpening her resolve. The company would survive this crisis, but it would do so under her leadership. Felicia sat in the small, dimly lit room, her hands fidgeting restlessly in her lap. She'd lost count of how many times the lawyers had come and gone, each one looking more perplexed and defeated than the last. The air was stale and heavy, pressing down on her chest like a weight she couldn't lift. Across from her, an older attorney named Ruth Whitaker sat hunched over a mountain of paperwork, her grey hair pulled back into a tight bun. Ruth flipped through a stack of documents with practiced efficiency, muttering to herself before looking up and offering Felicia a weary smile.
Ms. Reyes,
Ruth began, her voice gentle but strained.
I'm going to be honest with you. We've hit a wall, one I don't think we can get past.
Felicia's heart sank. She hadn't slept in days, constantly looking over her shoulder, half expecting someone from Eternity Inc. to burst through the door and drag her back into whatever nightmare awaited. Ruth's words felt like a final blow.
What does that mean?
Felicia asked, barely above a whisper. Ruth took off her glasses and rubbed her temples.
The legal situation is unprecedented. There's no framework for what's happened to you, no precedent for recognizing your identity in your current body.
Felicia looked down at her hands. Hands that didn't feel like hers. Skin that didn't match her memory. She fought back the urge to scream.
But it's me. I know who I am. I have memories, my family, my life before. That has to mean something.
Ruth nodded sympathetically.
Your memories are compelling, but memories alone don't establish legal identity. The body you occupy, this body, belongs to someone else legally speaking. You were never declared dead, and there was no funeral, no death certificate, nothing to officially mark your passing. As far as the law is concerned, you never stopped being this other person.
Felicia gritted her teeth, frustration boiling over.
So you're saying I don't exist? That I just have to pretend to be her?
Ruth hesitated, glancing at the younger lawyer sitting beside her. A man named Cole, who had been brought in for his expertise in emerging technologies and digital rights. He cleared his throat, shifting uncomfortably.
It's not that simple,
Cole interjected.
The problem is that even if we wanted to legally establish your identity as Felicia Reyes, we would have to prove that a transfer of consciousness occurred. There's no legal mechanism to do that. You'd essentially have to convince a court that consciousness can be transferred like data, and that the body is just a vessel.
Felicia stared at him in disbelief.
But that's exactly what happened. Dr. Crow did it. I was brought back into this body. He said I was the first one to make it.
Cole exchanged a glance with Ruth, who gave a slight shake of her head. He sighed.
Eternity Inc. denies the existence of any such procedure. They've publicly stated that no transfers of consciousness have ever been attempted. As far as the world knows, what you're claiming is impossible. Without concrete evidence or credible witnesses, it sounds more like a delusion than reality.
Felicia clenched her fists.
There has to be someone. There were people there. Other residents, technicians. Someone must know the truth.
Ruth leaned forward, her eyes compassionate but firm.
Even if we could find someone willing to testify, it wouldn't matter. Legally speaking, you're still this other woman, and that's where the real problem lies. We can't legally prove you're Felicia Reyes because the body itself wasn't declared dead. There's no process for declaring a living person's consciousness dead and replacing it with another.
Felicia felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes, but she swallowed them back. She didn't want to break down. Not again.
So, what am I supposed to do? Just live as this stranger for the rest of my life?
Ruth hesitated.
We've considered filing a petition to establish your identity through other means, DNA tests, fingerprint records, medical history, but even that runs into problems. Your DNA doesn't match Felicia Reyes. Your fingerprints don't match. In the eyes of the law, you're someone else entirely.
Cole cleared his throat again.
There's another problem. Even if you were declared legally dead at some point, reversing that declaration after so much time is virtually impossible, especially since your body was never recovered or identified. It's not like cases where people were falsely declared dead and later found alive. This is different, because legally, Felicia Reyes is still dead.
Felicia buried her face in her hands.
This can't be happening. I'm not crazy. I'm not some imposter.
Ruth placed a hand on her shoulder.
We believe you. We really do. But the legal system doesn't deal well with things it doesn't understand. Your case is unlike anything we've ever seen. And even if we could get someone to listen, Eternity Inc. would bury it. They're already actively discrediting the few conspiracy theories floating around. They've labeled the rumors about consciousness transfer as paranoid delusions propagated by anti-technology activists.
Felicia looked up sharply.
So they're just going to get away with it? Again?
Ruth hesitated, glancing at Cole. After a brief exchange of looks, Ruth spoke carefully.
There is one possible option. It's a long shot, practically zero chance of success, but it's better than doing nothing.
Felicia's eyes narrowed.
What is it?
We could file a civil case against the state to force them to acknowledge your identity. If we position it as a challenge to the state's refusal to recognize you, rather than accusing Eternity Inc. directly, it might be harder for them to dismiss it outright. They'll still fight it, but it wouldn't be as straightforward as if we were accusing them directly.
Cole nodded in agreement.
If we file against the state rather than Eternity Inc., it reduces the corporation's leverage. The case would focus on the state's legal obligations to identify living citizens accurately. If the court agrees to take it, we might be able to compel evidence, like medical records or surveillance footage. But getting the court to take the case, that's almost impossible.
Felicia's heart pounded.
But it's a chance, right?
Ruth hesitated.
Yes, but if Eternity Inc. decides to intervene, they'll pull every string they have to crush it before it gets traction, and if it backfires, they could use it as proof that your claim is nothing more than a delusion. You'd be humiliated in court.
Felicia took a deep breath, considering the risks.
If I don't fight, they win. They'll just keep getting away with it. I can't live with that.
Ruth smiled just a little.
Then we'll file the petition. We'll prepare for the worst, but hope for the best.
Cole gave a supportive nod.
We'll gather everything we can to build a case. It might not get far, but if the court grants us discovery, we might finally get the evidence we need.
Felicia wiped her eyes and forced herself to sit up straight.
Then let's do it. I'm not giving up.
As the lawyers gathered their documents and made their way out, Felicia felt a fragile sense of purpose take root inside her. The odds were stacked against her, but at least she was doing something, fighting back instead of just hiding. And if there was even a sliver of a chance to reclaim her life, she would take it. As the door clicked shut behind Ruth and Cole, Felicia stared at her hands, her unfamiliar, stolen hands, and whispered to herself,
I'm not done fighting.
The drizzle pattered softly against the high-rise windows, leaving trails of water over the neon-lit skyline. Alina pressed her fingertips against the chilled glass and gazed at the hulking shapes of old concrete buildings spread across the city. Many had once been modest homes. Now they were glitzy towers bought up by the wealthy, subdivided, and rented out at obscene prices. Everyone knew the truth. The rich owned the entire city. They, the elites, boomers to use the slang, who had not only hoarded the houses and land, but in recent years had also begun life itself. Transference technology, once whispered of as conspiracy theory, was now a quiet, open secret. It was illegal but ubiquitous. Law enforcement turned a blind eye when the powerful indulged in transferring their consciousness into fresh, young bodies. Officially, it was called the resurrection trade, a crime so serious it carried a life sentence, though no one had ever seen a billionaire stand trial for it. Alina peeled herself away from the window. She was behind on rent, again, and trying to decide whether she should dip into her meager savings to keep a roof over her head. By any normal standard, she was successful. 25, college degree, working 2 part-time jobs while freelancing online. But it didn't matter. Real estate was impossible. You needed generational wealth and connections just to sign a lease in a decent district. Her phone buzzed and she glanced at the holo display. It was a text from Kelsie, her roommate and best friend since high school. We need to talk. Can you meet me at the diner near Trinity Bridge, 8 p.m? The abruptness of the request put a tremor in Alina's stomach. Kelsie rarely left cryptic messages. Lately, though, her friend had been acting distant, anxious, far more than usual. Alina replied that she'd be there. She threw on a threadbare raincoat, jammed her keys into her pocket, and hurried out into the night. Trinity Bridge was a place of grey desperation, half lost in the shadows cast by the fancy new condos across the river. A single flickering street lamp illuminated the chipped facade of the diner, where the open 24 hours sign had lost half its letters. Kelsie was hunched in a booth by the window, fingers dancing nervously around a chipped mug of coffee. Her normally bright eyes looked bloodshot, her cheeks hollow from too many skipped meals.
Hey.
Alina said, sliding in opposite her friend.
What's wrong?
Kelsie let out a shaky sigh.
It's Mom.
She needs the procedure. Her kidneys are failing, and the insurance company is refusing to cover all but the cheapest dialysis plan. She won't make it more than a few months.
Oh, Kels.
Alina reached for her friend's hand.
I'm so sorry. What about your uncle? I thought he was helping with the medical bills.
He can't anymore. Lost his job last month.
Kelsie swallowed hard.
I can't just watch her die. I have to do something.
What can you do?
Alina asked gently.
There's no money. You're already working 2 jobs and they barely pay enough for rent.
She regretted the bluntness of her words the moment she saw Kelsie's expression. The flicker of shame was immediate.
I've been looking into options.
Kelsie's voice quavered. Her gaze darted around the nearly empty diner, checking if anyone was close enough to overhear. Leaning in, she whispered,
I found a buyer for me.
Alina's heart pounded. She had heard of it before. Everyone had. Young people selling their bodies to the wealthy dead people and having their consciousness uploaded to a digital afterlife. The wealthy used a black market version of the technology that uploaded people into Eternity Inc.'s Forever program and could also download people into a new body. But hearing it come from her best friend's mouth chilled her to the bone.
No,
Alina whispered.
You can't be serious.
I can't see another way.
Kelsie said, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes.
He'll pay enough to cover Mom's procedure and put her up in an apartment for the rest of her life. All I have to do is sign a contract. After the swap, I go to the digital afterlife where I can live out the rest of my life.
This is insane.
Alina gripped the edge of the table so hard it squeaked.
You're talking about letting some old creep snatch your brain out of your body.
You think I want to do this?
Kelsie sapped back, voice shaking.
I have no choice. This city, this country, won't lift a finger to help us. The only thing the older generations care about is living forever. They own the houses, they own the hospitals, they own the government that looks the other way.
Alina felt her eyes burn with frustrated tears.
This is a death sentence for you.
Kelsie took a deep, ragged breath.
Mom is all I have left. I can't let her die.
Before Alina could respond, the bell over the diner's door chimed. In walked a well-dressed man, grey hair, hunched shoulders, a bored expression. He glanced around, spotted them, and slid into the booth beside Kelsie without so much as a greeting.
Ladies,
he said, voice a polished baritone that hinted at old wealth. He dipped his head toward Kelsie.
I assume this is your friend?
His gaze swept over Alina, and she felt the weight of it, like a cat eyeing cornered prey. Kelsie nodded numbly.
Alina, this is Mr. Carnell.
Charmed,
he said, not bothering to extend his hand. Alina gritted her teeth.
You're disgusting, preying on desperate people.
Carnell merely smiled.
Desperation breeds opportunity. Kelsie has made the rational decision. I'm here to finalize the arrangement.
He laid a contract on the table, sliding it to Kelsie.
Sign this, and the money will be wired immediately. Once it's done, there's no going back.
Alina looked at her friend, heart pounding.
Don't do it, please.
Kelsie hesitated, her pen hovering over the page. She glanced at Alina, then at Carnell, and finally looked down at the contract, tears spilling onto the paper. With a trembling hand, she signed. Carnell retrieved the document, folding it with mechanical precision.
Well done. You'll be contacted for final arrangements shortly.
As he walked away, Alina buried her face in her hands.
You didn't have to do this,
she whispered. Kelsie wiped her tears, her face pale and resigned.
I couldn't lose her. I couldn't just do nothing.
Alina squeezed her hand.
We'll find a way out of this, I swear.
Kelsie gave a faint, broken smile.
I know you'll try, but I'm already gone.
As the rain picked up outside, Alina made a silent vow. She would find a way to expose Carnell and save Kelsie. Even if it took every ounce of strength she had, She wouldn't let them take her life without a fight. Alina sat cross-legged on the floor of her tiny apartment, surrounded by stacks of printouts and the glow of her laptop. She hadn't eaten in hours, too lost in the digital labyrinth of rumors and fragmented stories. Her eyes were bloodshot, the clock ticking past midnight. She pressed the refresh button on her screen for the 100th time, waiting for any sign that someone had seen her desperate posts and messages. Kelsie was gone. She had vanished the day after signing the contract with Carnell, and Alina couldn't get the thought out of her head that somewhere in some cold, sterile room, her best friend was being prepped for the transfer, if it wasn't too late already. She had spent every waking minute digging for information about Carnell, about the place where the procedures are performed, about the rumors of body trading. Every lead seemed to vanish into a void. No one wanted to speak up, and those who knew anything seemed too terrified to say it out loud. Her laptop chimed, and Alina jolted upright. A new post on one of the conspiracy forums caught her eye. Expose Illegal Transfers and Resurrection at Redwood Heights by Dan Reyes. Her pulse quickened as she clicked the link. The article was dense, packed with jargon and half-hidden references, but it all pointed to one thing. Body trading happened at some place called Redwood Heights. The most chilling part was the mention of a whistleblower, someone who had seen the process firsthand and had been leaking information from the inside. The details were vague, but it was the best lead Alina had found in days. Desperate, she fired off an anonymous message to Dan Reyes, begging for more information. Hours passed. She sent another and another, each more frantic than the last. She barely noticed as the sky turned grey with dawn, her mind spiraling through fear and hope. 12 hours later, just when she was beginning to lose faith, her inbox pinged with a new message. From unknown. Subject, Redwood Heights. Meet me in person at 2 a.m., Pier 14. Do not bring a phone. Alina's stomach twisted. It could be a setup. It could be a trap, but she didn't care anymore. If this was her only chance to save Kelsie, she was willing to risk everything. The waterfront was deserted, mist curling off the dark water and swirling around the weathered pier. Alina pulled her jacket tighter against the cold, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. Her heart pounded in her chest, fear mixing with determination, while she fingered a snub-nose .38 special revolver in her pocket. She hoped she wouldn't need to use it, but was desperate and scared. Something a young woman couldn't afford to be at this time of night, especially in a place like this. A figure stepped out from behind a rusted metal crate, his face shadowed by a hood. Alina tensed, but he made no move to approach. Instead, he spoke, his voice low and rough.
You alone?
Yes.
Alina whispered.
Are you the Dan Reyes?
The man hesitated, then pulled his hood down, revealing a worn face and tired eyes.
Name's Adrian. Dan Reyes told me someone might come asking questions. I didn't think it'd be someone like you.
Someone like me?
Alina asked.
Someone who looks like they haven't slept in days.
He replied, glancing around.
Come on, we can't stay out here.
They moved to the far end of the pier, where the creaking of wood and the slap of water on the pilings drowned out their voices. Adrian leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the water.
Why are you helping me?
Alina demanded.
What do you have to gain from this?
Adrian gave a bitter laugh.
Nothing. I'm not doing this to gain anything. I'm doing it because I can't stand by and watch this nightmare keep happening. I used to work for them. Security at Redwood Heights. Didn't know what I was signing up for at first. Thought it was just another cushy gig. Then I saw what they were doing, and I couldn't look away.
Alina's hands clenched.
What did you see?
His face darkened.
People being wheeled into the back rooms. drugged to the point of catatonia. Wealthy patrons in crisp suits waiting like vultures for the transfer. Sometimes the transfer failed and they'd just dump the bodies. Didn't matter if they were awake, comatose, or brain dead. They were treated like trash.
A shudder ran through Alina's spine.
Some people survived, resisted the transfer.
Adrian grimaced.
Once, a young woman, barely 20. They'd tried a transfer and failed. She came to halfway through, screaming that she wasn't herself. Kept babbling about being trapped, about remembering 2 lives at once. They dragged her away. Don't know what they did to her after that.
Alina's throat tightened.
God.
He didn't look at her, eyes distant.
I knew I had to get out, but when I tried to speak up, I got warned. They made it clear that people like me don't get to retire peacefully. I've been lying low since then, but when Reyes reached out, I figured maybe it was time to do something. Maybe make up for standing by too long.
Alina took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts.
If we're going to stop them, we need evidence, proof of what they're doing. We need to expose it to the world.
Adrian glanced at her.
Easier said than done. Even if we could get in and record it, they'd bury the footage. They own the cops, the courts, hell, probably half the government.
What if we get it out before they can suppress it?
Alina pressed.
Leak it to the networks, social media, everything at once. Make it too big for them to ignore.
He considered it.
You're willing to risk your life for this?
Alina looked away.
Kelsie signed a contract. Carnell bought her body. I don't know if it's happened yet, but I can't just stand by and do nothing.
Adrian sighed.
You're in way over your head, but I get it. People like Carnell thrive on fear and silence. If we're going to do this, we need to get in, pull the data from their internal servers, and get out fast.
What if we're caught?
Alina asked. He shook his head.
You won't be. I'll take the fall if it comes to that. You just get the data out. Make sure it sees daylight.
Alina swallowed the lump in her throat.
What's the plan?
Adrian pulled out a rough map and spread it on the railing.
There's a side entrance. Staff only. I still have my credentials. We'll have to get to the server room on sublevel B. Security's lighter down there since they think nobody knows about it. But once we start pulling files, it'll trigger alarms.
Alina nodded, memorizing the layout.
We're really doing this?
He looked at her, a faint, grim smile tugging at his lips.
Yeah, we're doing this.
They approached Redwood Heights in a nondescript van Adrian had borrowed. Alina's hands shook as they passed the first security gate. Adrian leaned over, swiping his ID card, and the light flashed green. As the gate rolled open, Adrian glanced at her, eyes solemn.
Now it's too late to turn back.
Alina nodded, adrenaline pounding in her veins.
We're going to make them pay.
Adrian tightened his grip on the wheel and drove through the gate, the imposing silhouette of Redwood Heights looming ahead. In the silence that followed, Alina felt fear clawing at her stomach, but she forced it down. She couldn't afford fear now. Kelsie needed her, and Adrian needed to believe that all this risk wasn't for nothing. They were in. No turning back now. The van crept through the darkened parking lot, its engine humming softly as Adrian navigated around the concrete barriers. Alina sat tense in the passenger seat, her eyes darting between the building and the security cameras mounted on the corners. A cold, metallic taste lingered on her tongue, born from a combination of fear and determination.
Second gate's up ahead,
Adrian muttered, his hands steady on the wheel despite the tension in his voice.
You remember the plan?
Alina nodded.
Get to the server room, copy the files, then hit the broadcast to get it out before they can shut it down. We have to expose the whole operation.
He gave her a quick glance, his jaw set.
And if something goes wrong?
I get out on my own, I know.
She swallowed the lump in her throat.
But we're not splitting up unless we have to.
Adrian didn't argue. Instead, he eased the van forward and swiped his ID card through the reader. The light flashed green and the gate groaned open. He let out a slow breath, pulling the van into a service lot behind the main building. They parked in the shadows, far from the few lit windows on the upper floors. As they stepped out, Adrian motioned for Alina to follow him to a side entrance. He scanned his card again, and the door unlocked with a mechanical click. Inside, the air was sterile and cold, the faint hum of ventilation the only sound.
Sublevel B,
Adrian whispered.
Stairwells on the right.
They moved quickly and silently, slipping through the narrow corridor until they reached a steel door marked staff only. Adrian pushed it open and they hurried down the cement stairs, their footsteps muffled by years of dust and grime. The air grew colder, tinged with a chemical scent that made Alina's stomach twist.
Is this where they do it?
She asked under her breath. Adrian hesitated.
Yeah. The labs are on the other side of the sublevel. We're heading for the data center first. If we can copy the server logs and video files, it'll be enough to blow this wide open.
As they reached the bottom of the stairwell, they crouched by the door, listening. No footsteps. No voices. Adrian slowly cracked the door open and peeked out. Seeing the coast was clear, he motioned for Alina to follow. The hallway stretched in both directions, sterile and industrial, with doors lining either side. Adrian led her to the left, navigating the maze with practiced precision. At the end of the corridor, they found a security checkpoint. Empty. The monitor screens flickering with static.
Something's wrong,
Adrian murmured.
This should be manned.
Alina felt a chill run down her spine.
Maybe they're in the labs.
He nodded.
Let's not waste time. Server room's just ahead.
They passed the checkpoint and slipped into a reinforced door labeled Data Operations. Adrian swiped his card again, and the door buzzed open. Inside, the room was filled with rows of server racks, red and green lights blinking in rhythmic pulses. Adrian moved to the nearest terminal and plugged in a portable drive. As the download began, he opened a command prompt and navigated through the directories. Alina hovered beside him, keeping watch.
How long will it take?
She asked.
5 minutes, maybe more,
Adrian replied.
These files are huge. Surveillance footage, transfer logs, medical records. Once this gets out, it's going to sink Redwood Heights for good.
Alina couldn't help but feel a surge of hope.
We're really doing it.
Before Adrian could respond, the sound of muffled voices echoed from the hallway. He stiffened, his fingers flying across the keyboard to speed up the download. Alina peeked through the narrow window on the door and saw 2 guards passing by, their footsteps receding.
That was close,
she whispered. Adrian glanced at the screen.
80%. Almost there.
A loud, clattering noise from the hallway made them both freeze. Adrian cursed under his breath.
They're getting closer. If they check in here.
Alina looked around, spotting a utility closet at the far end of the room.
Hide,
she hissed, dragging him behind her. They squeezed inside, leaving the server to finish the download on its own. Through the narrow gap in the door, Alina watched as 2 guards entered the room. One of them approached the terminal, frowning.
Did you leave this running?
The first guard asked.
No,
the other replied.
Must have been one of the techs. Looks like a system diagnostic.
The first guard grunted.
We've been having glitches all week. Just make sure it's secure.
Adrian glanced at Alina, his breathing shallow. They couldn't afford to let the guards discover the data transfer. Alina pulled a small metal ball from her pocket, a smoke grenade Adrian had given her as a last resort. She gave him a questioning look, and he hesitated before nodding. She pulled the pin and tossed it through the gap, the grenade rolling to a stop near the guard's feet. A thick plume of smoke erupted, and the guards cursed, fumbling for their radios.
Fire! Something's burning!
One shouted, and they scrambled to trigger the fire alarm. Adrian pulled Alina out of the closet, grabbing the drive from the terminal as alarms blared throughout the sublevel.
That'll bring everyone running,
Adrian whispered.
We have to get to the labs. If we can sabotage the machinery, it'll cripple their operations.
Alina nodded, adrenaline pounding in her ears. They moved through the hallway as the fire suppression system activated, white foam misting from the ceiling. As they hurried down the hallway, Alina spotted a familiar face through a narrow window. Kelsie, lying motionless on a gurney, her face pale and eyes barely open.
Kelsie!
Alina gasped, rushing to the door. She pulled it open and knelt beside her friend, brushing her hair back.
Kelsie, can you hear me?
Kelsie's lips moved, but no sound came out. Her eyes fluttered weakly.
They drugged her,
Adrian said grimly.
She's prepped for transfer.
Panic clawed at Alina's mind. She wanted to rip the wires from Kelsie's skin, to drag her out of there, but Adrian grabbed her shoulder.
Alina, listen,
he urged.
If we don't finish this, she'll just be taken to another facility. We have to expose the whole operation. It's the only way to keep her safe.
Tears stung her eyes, but she forced herself to breathe.
I'm coming back for you,
she whispered to Kelsie.
I promise.
She rose to her feet, wiping her eyes.
Let's go.
Adrian gave her a grim nod.
This way.
He then led her to a door marked Biological Transfer Unit and hesitated before entering. Inside, the lab was eerie. Empty medical chairs arranged in rows, each one wired to a central console. Alina's stomach churned at the sight of syringes and neural interfaces scattered across metal trays.
This is where they do it,
Adrian muttered.
Where they strip out the mind and leave the body a blank slate.
Alina shuddered.
Can we destroy it?
Adrian moved to the console, yanking out cords and smashing the display with his elbow.
We can fry the core components. But once the fire alarm clears, security will be on us.
He pulled out a bundle of wires and handed them to Alina.
Short these out. It'll send a power surge through the machinery. Should be enough to fry the mainframe.
As she worked, Adrian moved to a secondary terminal, typing rapidly.
I'm uploading the data directly to public servers,
he called out.
Even if they shut down the local net, it'll keep spreading.
Alina felt a surge of triumph, but it was cut short by heavy footsteps approaching.
Adrian!
Go,
he shouted.
I'll hold them off. Get out through the maintenance tunnel.
Alina hesitated, but he gave her a fierce look.
Don't make this sacrifice for nothing. Run. Go,
he barked.
I'll cover you.
She hesitated, looking back at Kelsie's prone form one last time.
I'll be back,
she whispered. Then she turned and sprinted down the passage, Adrian's gunfire echoing behind her. With tears stinging her eyes, Alina bolted down the hallway, ducking into the maintenance tunnel. The alarms blared and she heard gunfire behind her in short, brutal bursts. She didn't dare look back. She emerged from the tunnel into the cold night air, coughing and wiping foam from her face. The sound of approaching sirens made her look up. Red and blue lights flashed in the distance, and she knew the authorities were on their way. A notification popped up on her phone and she checked it, heart pounding. The files had gone live. News outlets were already picking them up, and comments were flooding in. Redwood Heights was finished. As the police vehicles swarmed the entrance, Alina watched from the shadows, her chest tight with a mixture of triumph and grief. She looked back at the facility, her heart aching. She had saved the world from Redwood Heights, but she hadn't saved Kelsie. Not yet.
I'm coming back for you,
she vowed, watching as the police surrounded the building.
Just hold on a little longer.
The newsroom buzzed with a frenetic energy, monitors flashing with live feeds from Redwood Heights as the raid unfolded. Cameramen rushed to adjust their angles while reporters lined up in front of the studio's green screen, brushing down their jackets and applying last-minute touches to their makeup. In the center of the chaos, Alison Monroe remained seated at the anchor desk, her expression composed, but her eyes glinting with urgency. The producer's voice crackled through her earpiece.
Live broadcast in 3, 2.
The red light blinked on, and Allison straightened, smoothing her papers with one hand.
Good evening. I'm Allison Monroe, and this is News at 11. Tonight, we're covering a breaking and deeply disturbing story from Redwood Heights, a private clinic that has just been raided by federal authorities. Preliminary reports suggest the facility was being used as a hub for illegal consciousness transfers, commonly known as the resurrection trade, where the wealthy allegedly purchased new, young bodies through illicit means for use by the consciousness of wealthy elites to return from the digital afterlife. The scene outside the clinic remains chaotic as survivors are being escorted out, some visibly shaken and others barely able to stand.
The feed cut to live footage from the scene, police lights flashing in harsh red and blue, officers moving through the crowds to maintain order. Paramedics wheeled out young men and women wrapped in blankets, some hunched and dazed, others crying openly. The camera zoomed in on a young woman being helped onto a stretcher. Her hair was matted and her face pale, but Allison's practiced eye caught the glimpse of raw terror in her expression.
Among those rescued,
Allison continued,
are victims believed to have been coerced or deceived into selling their bodies. Authorities have not yet released names, but early statements indicate that some survivors were held against their will while being prepped for consciousness transfer.
The screen split, showing Allison on one side and a field reporter at the scene.
We go now to our correspondent, David Hong, who is reporting live from Redwood Heights. David, what can you tell us?
The reporter nodded, his breath visible in the chilly night air.
Allison, it's a scene of absolute chaos here. Dozens of survivors have been brought out, many appearing drugged or disoriented. Law enforcement sources tell us that the raid was initiated after leaked data revealed the clinic's role in a massive body trading operation. As you can see behind me, federal agents are escorting several individuals in handcuffs, believed to be key personnel involved in the illegal transfers. Protesters have begun gathering outside the perimeter, demanding justice for the victims.
David turned to catch sight of a commotion as more survivors were led out. One of them, a young woman with hollow eyes and trembling hands, was stopped by a reporter who thrust a microphone in her face.
Miss, were you one of the victims? Can you tell us what happened?
The reporter pressed. The girl just shook her head, her lips moving soundlessly as paramedics guided her away. The screen returned to Allison, who maintained her professional composure, despite the tension evident on her face.
We are also receiving unconfirmed reports that Redwood Heights may be linked to a broader network of body trading operations across the country. Investigations are ongoing, and officials have vowed to uncover the full extent of the conspiracy.
Alina stood on the edge of the crowd, hidden under her hood as she watched the chaos unfold. Her heart pounded with equal parts fear and relief. She couldn't tear her gaze away from the lines of survivors being guided into waiting ambulances. She scanned the faces, hoping to see Kelsie. She'd left her behind in that dark room, promising herself she would come back. Now she feared it had been too late. A loud commotion drew her attention, more survivors being led out. Alina's heart caught in her throat when she spotted Kelsie among them, alive but barely able to walk, her arms draped over the shoulders of two medics. Relief flooded through her and she pushed forward, fighting her way closer, but the swarm of reporters made it impossible to reach her friend. One of the paramedics called out to a colleague, and Kelsie was loaded onto a stretcher and secured in the back of an ambulance. Alina bit her lip to hold back tears, knowing she couldn't risk drawing attention to herself. But seeing Kelsie alive, even in that broken state, made every risk feel worth it. Hours later, inside the sterile safety of a hospital room, Kelsie lay propped against a pillow, eyes half-lidded and sluggish. A nurse had given her a mild sedative to ease the shock, but it did little to chase away the fog in her mind. A gentle knock sounded on the door. A woman entered, dark-haired and professionally dressed, holding a small recorder.
Kelsie? I'm Dana Porter with the Metro News Tribune. May I speak with you for a moment?
Kelsie hesitated, her fingers curling in the hospital sheets.
I don't know.
Dana gave a soft, reassuring smile.
It's okay. I just want to understand what happened. You don't have to share anything you're not comfortable with.
After a long pause, Kelsie nodded, her eyes fixed on the window.
They told me it would save her, my mum. I didn't know they would drug me or that I wouldn't come back.
Dana leaned forward.
They promised you money to save your mom's life?
Kelsie swallowed hard, her hands trembling.
Yes, they promised. They promised I wouldn't feel anything. That it would be quick. But they lied.
Dana's voice softened.
What happened when you got there?
Kelsie's eyes grew distant.
They took me to a room. Strapped me down. I was so scared. But they kept telling me it was fine. Then, everything went dark. I don't remember anything else. Just flashes. Faces looking down at me. A machine humming.
Dana placed a gentle hand on her arm.
You're safe now. We're going to make sure people hear your story.
The broadcast continued well into the night, with protesters gathering outside the Redwood Heights facility, chanting and holding signs that read, "Stop body trading," and "Justice for the victims." Alison Monroe remained at the news desk, guiding the coverage with her signature calm.
Public outcry has been swift and powerful, with demands for legislation to ban all forms of consciousness transfer and to hold the perpetrators accountable. Lawmakers have issued statements condemning the practices revealed tonight, but no formal charges have been announced.
A live feed showed angry crowds gathering outside City Hall, while survivors' families shared their stories with reporters. Public sentiment was a boiling cauldron of outrage and horror. Across the city, in her cramped apartment, Alina watched the live broadcast, exhaustion draping over her like a heavy coat. She had done it, exposed the truth, freed the victims, and struck a blow against the corrupt system that preyed on the desperate. But as the screen flashed images of crying survivors and angry protesters, guilt gnawed at her insides. She knew Kelsie was alive, but broken like so many others. Would her friend ever be the same again? Would her decision to leave Kelsie behind in the lab haunt her forever? As Alison Monroe continued reporting on the fallout, Alina clenched her fists and whispered to herself,
This isn't over. We've won a battle, but the war is just beginning.
And as Redwood Heights' dark secrets continued to unravel in the public eye, Alina couldn't help but feel both victorious and utterly lost, knowing that the real fight for justice had only just begun. The raid on Redwood Heights has shattered the illusion of safety that Eternity Incorporated tried to maintain. Alina's desperate push to leak the evidence finally paid off, sending the truth surging through the media and sparking a firestorm of outrage. Survivors were pulled from the facility broken, terrified, but alive, and the world is only beginning to comprehend the scale of the crimes committed. Newsrooms buzzed as anchors reported on the resurrection trade, the illegal body-swapping operation that catered to the wealthy at the expense of the vulnerable. Public anger swelled overnight, demanding justice for the victims and accountability for those who profited from the trade. This episode of The Afterlife Trap is brought to you by the upcoming novel Demon Protocol.
Kirkus Reviews calls it an engaging and plausible techno-thriller and gave it their Get It verdict.
Callum Chase, author of Surviving AI, says it's a very enjoyable, fast-moving page-turner.
Readers' favorite raves, believable and terrifying technology, a spectacular read. And another reviewer calls it a roller coaster of a book, crisp writing, immersive settings, and larger-than-life characters.
Demon Protocol, available September 25th from fine booksellers. Joseph Brennan leaned back in his leather chair, staring at the towering cityscape through the vast windows of his office. He gripped his glass of whiskey, the amber liquid trembling as his hand shook. The news ticker on the wall-mounted screen scrolled relentlessly. Breaking news. Redwood Heights raid exposes illegal body transfer operations. Eternity Incorporated implicated. The conference room at Eternity Inc.'s headquarters was filled with tension as board members whispered among themselves, exchanging uneasy glances. The mahogany table gleamed under the fluorescent lights, and holographic projections of news reports floated above the center of the room, displaying headlines that spelled out their doom. Redwood Heights raid exposes illegal body transfer scandal. Eternity Incorporated implicated in resurrection trade. Victims speak out. Forced transfers and corporate greed. Ava Moreno stood at the head of the table, her hands flat on the polished wood, eyes narrowed as she took in the room. Her usual calm demeanor was stretched thin, anger simmering beneath the surface. The murmurs died down as she cleared her throat.
We need to get to the bottom of this,
she said sharply.
We're in damage control mode, but nothing we say will hold up if we don't understand exactly what happened. I want answers. Now.
An older board member, Leon Redding, adjusted his glasses.
Ava, we've been going through internal communications for hours. The more we dig, the worse it looks. The funding for Redwood Heights, millions of dollars, was funneled through shell companies directly linked to our research budget. Brennan authorized every transfer.
Ava straightened.
You're sure about that?
Leon nodded.
His personal authorization codes are on every financial document we've recovered. It's not just a single rogue employee. It's Brennan himself. He built the resurrection trade from the ground up.
Another board member, Marissa Clark, leaned forward, her face pale.
We thought it was legitimate research, an extension of the Forever program. Brennan gave vague presentations on consciousness preservation, and we approved the budget because he framed it as enhancing the Forever program's stability. No one questioned him because he's Brennan.
Ava let out a slow, controlled breath.
He was leveraging his own reputation to push this through without scrutiny. He knew no one would challenge him.
The room fell silent, and another board member, Desmond Grant, spoke up.
If this gets out, if it's proven that Brennan orchestrated this, we're looking at criminal charges, not just for him, but for all of us.
Ava's eyes hardened.
Not if we act now. We need to distance the company from Brennan entirely. We'll issue a statement condemning his actions and emphasize that this was done without the board's knowledge. We have to act fast, before the entire company collapses under the weight of public outrage.
Leon hesitated.
Ava, what about you? You're next in line. But if Brennan drags us down...
I'll take the helm.
Ava interrupted, her voice firm.
We'll make it clear that Brennan acted independently. I'll push for reform and transparency. It's the only way we can survive this.
Marissa cleared her throat.
If we're doing this, we need to act now. He can't know what's coming.
Ava nodded.
I'll handle it. I'll confront him personally.
Desmond gave her a wary glance.
Be careful. If he senses the tide turning, he might lash out.
Ava allowed herself a grim smile.
Let him try.
Joseph Brennan leaned back in his leather chair, swirling his whiskey as he stared at the chaotic newsfeed on the wall. The ticker screamed about the Redwood Heights raid and the implications for Eternity Incorporated. His phone buzzed on the desk, dozens of missed calls, messages piling up. He ignored them all, focusing instead on how to spin this disaster. Then the phone rang again, displaying a familiar name. Senator Helen Whitmore. He hesitated, then answered, forcing calm into his voice.
Senator?
Joseph!
Whitmore's voice snapped, laced with fury.
What the hell did you do?
He took a slow breath.
Calm down, Helen. It's not as bad as it looks.
Oh, don't give me that crap.
She barked.
My office is being bombarded with questions. Reporters are digging into every campaign donation, every bill I sponsored that favored Eternity Incorporated. You swore to me that this was legitimate research, legal and above board.
It was.
Brennan insisted, trying to sound confident.
We were on the verge of a breakthrough.
Breakthrough? You were butchering people to give the rich new lives.
Whitmore shot back.
Federal agents are pulling records as we speak. Your name is on everything. I can't protect you from this.
He set his jaw.
Helen, I need time to handle this. We can still...
There is no we anymore.
She hissed.
If you don't get in front of this and take responsibility, you're going to be dragged through a public trial. And if you try to pin any of this on me, I will bury you. Fix it, Joseph, or you're on your own.
The line went dead. Brennan clenched his fists, his mind racing. Before he could process Whitmore's warning, his intercom crackled.
Mr. Brennan, Miss Ava Moreno is here to see you.
He took another sip of whiskey.
Send her in.
Ava strode in, her presence commanding, eyes cold and unwavering. Brennan didn't bother to stand.
Ava,
he greeted, trying to sound casual.
Damage control?
She didn't sit, crossing her arms instead.
You've done more than damage, Joseph. You've destroyed us.
He forced a smirk.
A bit dramatic, don't you think?
No.
She shot back.
The board knows everything. We found your authorization on the Redwood Heights transactions. Carnell is talking. The evidence is overwhelming, and it's all pointing to you.
Brennan forced a laugh.
Carnell's trying to save his own skin. The guy's a loose cannon. We can discredit him.
Don't bother,
Ava said.
The data is ironclad. You funneled millions to cover up illegal transfers and even funded Dr. Crow's experiments with Felicia Reyes.
He froze, but Ava didn't give him a chance to react.
Why did you greenlight Crow's project? You knew the risks. Did you even care about the fallout?
Brennan clenched his jaw.
I did what needed to be done. The Forever program was failing. People didn't want digital immortality. They wanted flesh and blood. We were losing market confidence.
So you resorted to murder?
Ava said, flatly.
You didn't just kill them. You stripped them of their souls. Did you ever stop to think about the lives you were destroying?
He glared at her.
You're just as ambitious as I am. You would have done the same in my place.
No,
she replied icily.
I wouldn't have crossed that line. And now you're going to pay for it. The board has voted unanimously to remove you as CEO. You'll be announcing your resignation within the hour.
He scoffed.
You're throwing me under the bus? I built this company.
You built your own downfall.
She snapped.
And if you don't resign, the board will hand over every incriminating file to the feds tonight. You'll face criminal charges. Your legacy will be ruined.
The sound of pounding on the door made them both turn. Brennan's assistant's voice trembled through the intercom.
Sir, security and federal agents are here.
The door burst open and armed officers entered, their weapons drawn. One stepped forward, showing a badge.
Joseph Brennan, you are under arrest for human trafficking, illegal medical experimentation, and conspiracy to commit murder.
Brennan glared at Ava, his voice low and venomous.
You could have stopped this.
She didn't waver.
You deserve every bit of it.
The agents pulled his arms behind his back and cuffed him. As they led him out of the office, Brennan fought to keep his head high. but he could feel his empire crumbling around him. Employees watched, some with horror, others with satisfaction. Reporters outside the building swarmed forward as Brennan was shoved into the back of a police car. He caught one last glimpse of Ava through the glass doors, already stepping up to the podium outside the building. Cameras flashed as she addressed the world, her voice steady and clear.
"We are committed to full transparency,"
she said.
"We had no knowledge of Mr. Brennan's unauthorized experiments or his illegal dealings. Effective immediately, I will be assuming the role of CEO to restore public trust. Eternity Inc. will cooperate fully with all investigations, and we pledge to support the victims and their families in any way possible."
Brennan seethed, his knuckles white behind his back. He had been the architect of the future, immortality within reach, and now it was all ashes. As the car pulled away, he realized that Ava was already being hailed as the savior of the company. He had thought that death was the enemy, but in the end, it was his own ambition that destroyed him. In our next episode of The Afterlife Trap, what began as exposure now demands accountability. In the halls of power, the fight over justice and the future of humanity is about to ignite. Don't forget to click the like button and subscribe to get updates as the next episode and other new videos become available. The grand hall of the congressional chamber was buzzing with tension. Lawmakers filled the seats, their faces grim and focused, while cameras captured every moment for the millions watching live. Outside, the protest chants grew louder, reverberating through the thick walls. Placards bobbed above the crowd, demanding justice for victims and the abolition of forced consciousness transfers. Senator Helen Whitmore struck her gavel 3 times, calling the room to order. Her stern gaze swept over the assembled witnesses and corporate representatives.
We are convened today to address the proposed legislation to regulate digital consciousness preservation and transfer,
she announced.
Recent revelations regarding the Redwood Heights scandal have raised serious ethical and legal questions. We must determine how to safeguard both digital residents and living citizens from exploitation and abuse.
Her eyes moved to the first witness of the day.
Our first testimony will come from Ava Marino, acting CEO of Eternity Incorporated.
Ava rose from her seat with measured grace, walking to the stand. Adjusting the microphone, she maintained an air of calm professionalism despite the firestorm that awaited her.
Miss Marino,
Whitmore began, her voice controlled.
Thank you for appearing before us. The revelations of illegal body transfers at Redwood Heights have shocked the nation. How do you intend to address the public's outrage, and what measures will Eternity Inc. take to prevent such abuses in the future?
Ava nodded respectfully.
Thank you, Senator. First and foremost, I want to make it absolutely clear that Eternity Inc. condemns the illegal actions perpetrated at Redwood Heights. These were carried out under the direction of Joseph Brennan without the knowledge or consent of the board. We have taken immediate action to remove him from his position and are cooperating fully with law enforcement. We are conducting a comprehensive internal audit and implementing new oversight mechanisms to prevent any future violations.
Whitmore leaned forward.
You're saying that no one else on the board had knowledge of the resurrection trade?
That is correct,
Ava replied.
Brennan operated independently, concealing his actions through shell companies and falsified research budgets.
A senator on the left side of the room raised his hand, prompting Whitmore to nod in his direction. Senator Robert Keaton, known for his fierce advocacy on civil rights, took the floor.
Miss Moreno,
he began, his voice sharp.
You have stated that Brennan acted independently, but it's clear from the documents leaked to the public that funds were transferred under Eternity Inc.'s official accounts. You expect us to believe that not a single person other than Brennan knew about these activities?
Ava maintained her composure.
Senator, Brennan exploited our financial infrastructure and manipulated internal documentation. He leveraged his reputation to push through funding without adequate oversight. We have identified significant procedural failures and are correcting them as we speak.
Keaton wasn't satisfied.
That's a convenient narrative. Tell me, Miss Moreno, are you aware of specific cases where digital residents were exploited within the Forever program itself? For example, Nicole Wilson, the resident who became a symbol of servitude after her story leaked. Or the case of Felicia Reyes, whose consciousness was used as a test subject for body transfer. How can you claim reform when such abuses occurred on your watch?
Ava's eyes darkened slightly, but she kept her voice steady.
Senator, I have personally reviewed the cases you mentioned. It is deeply troubling that residents such as Nicole have been subject to manipulative practices within the Forever program. One of our immediate priorities is conducting a thorough investigation to identify any instances of coercion or exploitation, both digital and physical. We are committed to holding accountable anyone involved in such practices.
Keaton didn't relent.
What about Bernadette Lavelle and Alexander Voss? Both of which are your high-profile clients who is alleged to have used residents as her personal servants and performed immoral exploitation of other residents. Are you saying that the company didn't know about this either?
Ava pressed her lips together before responding.
The Forever program was designed as a sanctuary, a way for individuals to continue their existence beyond physical death. Unfortunately, we did not fully anticipate how the social dynamics within the program could be manipulated. We are now actively pursuing reforms to ensure residents have autonomy and are protected from digital servitude.
Keaton leaned forward, his tone relentless.
What safeguards are you proposing? Can digital residents testify in their own defense? Can they report abuse without fearing deletion? Can their emotional states be manipulated by the program's algorithm to keep them complacent?
Ava paused, choosing her words carefully.
These are precisely the issues we are examining, Senator. One of the challenges lies in distinguishing between experiences that shape personality and intentional manipulation. The nature of a digital existence means that every experience inherently alters their consciousness, making it difficult to separate organic change from coercion. We must be cautious not to impose changes that could inadvertently cause harm by overcorrecting. Any legislative framework must balance protection with the inherent fluidity of digital consciousness.
Keaton's eyes narrowed.
That sounds like a convenient way to sidestep responsibility. You're saying that even after all the revelations, you still don't know how to guarantee that digital residents aren't being abused.
Ava met his gaze firmly.
I am saying that we need a rigorous, scientifically grounded approach. Rushing to enforce changes without understanding the full implications could lead to unintended consequences, replacing one set of harms with another. We are consulting with experts to develop a regulatory framework that addresses these issues without destabilizing existing digital consciousnesses.
Keaton leaned back, visibly dissatisfied but unable to directly counter her argument. Whitmore intervened, nodding toward Father Matthias.
Next, we will hear from Father Matthias Gray of St. Anthony's Church.
Whitmore announced. Matthias rose slowly, his hands clasped in front of him as he approached the stand. He took a moment to collect himself before speaking.
Thank you, Senator. I stand before you not as an expert in technology or law, but as a pastor who has witnessed the consequences of these programs firsthand. The Forever program was marketed as a sanctuary, a place for people to transcend death. Instead, it became a purgatory where souls were trapped and exploited, used as tools by the wealthy while their families grieved without closure.
Senator Keaton spoke up again.
Father, do you believe digital residents should be granted full legal personhood?
Matthias hesitated, gathering his thoughts.
That question is not one I take lightly. To grant full personhood would require us to redefine what it means to be human. A monumental decision. But I do believe they deserve fundamental protections. the right to be heard, the right to be protected from harm, and the right to autonomy over their own existence. We cannot ignore their suffering just because they no longer possess a physical form.
Another senator chimed in.
Do you believe that forced transfers, like those exposed at Redwood Heights, are inherently immoral?
Matthias didn't waver.
Yes, absolutely. To take a living person's consciousness and replace it with another's is nothing short of murder. The scandal at Redwood Heights showed us the horrific lengths to which people will go to cheat death. We must ensure that no loophole in the law ever allows such atrocities to happen again.
Whitmore nodded solemnly.
Thank you, Father. You may step down.
As the hearing drew to a close, Whitmore addressed the assembly.
We have heard testimony from experts and advocates, as well as those personally impacted by the abuses within the Forever program. It is clear that we must take decisive action to ensure accountability and protect vulnerable individuals from exploitation, whether physical or digital. We will continue to deliberate on the specifics of the proposed legislation and reconvene for a final vote next week.
As the session adjourned, Ava left the chamber, flanked by aides and security. Outside, the protesters' chants grew louder, demanding justice and change. Reporters swarmed Ava, thrusting microphones at her, but she maintained a stoic silence, pushing forward to her car. Father Matthias exited through a side door, slipping into the anonymity of the city streets, his heart heavy with uncertainty. Despite his testimony, he couldn't shake the feeling that even the best intentions would not be enough to prevent future exploitation. He whispered a quiet prayer, not just for the victims, but for the soul of a society that had allowed this horror to happen in the first place. The community center was small, tucked away in a quiet part of the city that seemed a world apart from the chaos that had rocked the country in recent months. Posters with hopeful messages lined the walls. Support survivors of the resurrection trade. Justice for all. Reclaiming humanity. Folding chairs were arranged in loose circles, and the smell of coffee lingered in the air, mixing with the scent of old wood and faded upholstery. Alina glanced around, straightening the flyers on the refreshment table as she tried to suppress her nerves. The turnout was better than she had hoped. At least 30 people had shown up, a mix of digital residents, their loved ones, and community advocates. She spotted Kelsie sitting near the back, hands clasped tightly together, her eyes distant. Beside her was Adrian, who kept a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Alina forced a smile and took a sip from her mug, though her stomach was too tight to tolerate much. She didn't know why she felt so anxious after all they had been through, after everything they had exposed. She still felt like it wasn't enough. Redwood Heights had been shut down. Brennan was in prison. Laws had been passed to protect digital residents from being exploited, but it wasn't over. Not really. A door at the side of the room opened and Wesley slipped in, giving her a small nod. He looked worn out, but there was a steadiness in his demeanor that gave her a little comfort. He had been helping organize similar meetings across the city, survivor support groups, community outreach, anything to keep the momentum going. A moment later, Father Matthias Gray entered behind him, exchanging quiet greetings with those who recognized him. Alina took a deep breath and stepped to the center of the room.
Thank you all for coming,
She began, her voice louder than she expected.
I know it's been a long road getting here. The last few months have been overwhelming, to say the least, but tonight is about reflection, about acknowledging how far we've come and reminding ourselves how much work is still left to do.
There were a few murmurs of agreement, and she glanced at Kelsie, who offered a small, tentative smile.
We've made progress.
Alina continued.
Redwood Heights is gone. Eternity Inc. is under new management and public pressure forced them to adopt reforms. We've seen new laws passed that put real teeth in the enforcement of laws around resurrection trade. But for everyone in this room, we know that doesn't mean the fight is over.
She gestured toward Wesley.
Wes has been working hard to get survivors the help they need. If anyone needs legal aid or counselling, he's the guy to talk to.
Wesley gave a nod, his voice carrying with surprising strength.
It's been tough,
he admitted.
A lot of the survivors are scared to come forward. They're worried about being blamed or treated like criminals themselves. But bit by bit, they're opening up, and we're working to get restitution from Eternity Inc. where possible.
There was a ripple of appreciation, and Alina felt a flicker of hope.
We're also looking to push for stronger regulations,
she added.
Laws that don't just ban forced transfers, but that give digital residents the right to decide their own futures. We want them to be able to testify on their own behalf, to be able to control their data and decide their fate. This is about dignity and about making sure no one else has to go through what so many of you did.
Father Matthias cleared his throat, and Alina gestured for him to step forward. His presence seemed to bring a hush to the room.
I've spent a lot of time thinking about what happened,
he said, softly.
About the people I couldn't protect, the lives that were stolen. There's a heavy guilt that comes with knowing I didn't see the warning signs sooner. But I can't allow regret to paralyze me. We owe it to those who suffered to keep fighting for justice, for recognition, and for their stories to be heard.
Kelsie shifted uncomfortably, but Adrian squeezed her shoulder, murmuring something that seemed to ease her tension. Alina caught Kelsie's eye and gave her a nod of encouragement. Felicia stood up from a corner, her posture tense.
I still have nightmares,
she admitted.
waking up and not knowing if it's really over. Sometimes it feels like I'm still trapped, like I'm not really me.
Her voice faltered, and she bit her lip to keep from breaking down. Father Matthias approached her gently.
You are here, Felicia. You made it back. And your story matters. It's one of survival and resilience.
Felicia gave a tight smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. Alina wished she could make it all better, but she knew that healing would take time. Wesley spoke up again, his tone more hopeful.
People are paying attention now. The media keeps pressing Eternity Inc. for answers, and Ava Moreno is in the hot seat every time. They're trying to reposition themselves as advocates for digital rights, but no one's forgetting what happened. Not this time.
Alina took a breath.
That's why we have to keep the pressure on. The rich and powerful aren't just going to give up. They'll find loopholes. They'll take operations overseas. We can't afford to let up now. We've got to be vigilant.
Adrian, who had remained quiet until now, finally spoke up.
We hit them where it hurts,
he said bluntly.
Their reputation, their wallets. As long as they think they can get away with it, they will. But we've shown that when enough people push back, they break. Brennan thought he was untouchable. Look where he is now.
A few in the room nodded, their spirits visibly lifting. Alina felt a rush of determination.
We've got to stay united,
she said firmly.
We have to keep telling the truth, even when it's inconvenient, even when they try to silence us. We've made progress, but the fight isn't over, not until every survivor has justice and every trafficker is behind bars.
Father Matthias clasped his hands together and bowed his head.
Let us remember those who didn't make it, those whose stories were cut short. We fight for them too.
A reverent silence fell over the room, and Alina found herself wiping at her eyes. It was far from over, but for the first time it felt like they were on the right path. Kelsie caught her gaze and gave her a small, hopeful smile. The meeting continued with people sharing their stories and plans for continued advocacy. Wesley distributed flyers with information on support groups and legal aid. As the night wore on, the atmosphere slowly shifted from solemn to determined, and laughter broke through the tension in small bursts. As the meeting wrapped up and people began to file out, Alina stayed behind to clean up the refreshments table. Father Matthias folded chairs, his movements slow but steady. Wesley lingered, organizing pamphlets into neat stacks. Felicia helped gather empty coffee cups, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Alina glanced over at her.
You doing okay?
Felicia hesitated.
I don't know. Being around people who understand helps, but it still feels unreal.
Alina gave her a small smile.
One step at a time. You've come a long way.
Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a hesitant figure stood in the doorway. A woman, her hands trembling, glanced around the room before her eyes landed on Felicia. Her face was pale, her eyes red from crying. Behind her, her niece Marisol Reyes gently nudged her forward. Felicia froze, coffee cup in hand, as recognition dawned.
Mom?
She whispered, her voice barely audible. The woman's breath hitched.
Felicia?
She whispered, stepping closer but stopping just short.
I didn't know if it was really you. I didn't believe it at first. I'm so sorry.
Felicia's eyes brimmed with tears, but she couldn't move.
You didn't believe me.
Her mother bit her lip, guilt washing over her.
I was scared. I thought I was losing my mind. They said it wasn't possible. Everyone said you were gone, and I didn't know how to handle it.
Marisol stepped forward, resting a supportive hand on the woman's shoulder.
It took her, both of us, a long time to come around,
she said gently.
But she couldn't stay away anymore.
The dam broke, and Felicia's mother rushed forward, pulling her into a tight, trembling embrace.
I'm so sorry, baby. I'm sorry I didn't listen. I'm sorry I pushed you away. I couldn't believe it. I was terrified of hoping again.
Felicia sobbed against her mother's shoulder, the hurt and relief crashing through her all at once.
I thought you didn't want me anymore.
Her mother pulled back just enough to cup Felicia's face in her hands.
No, never. You're my daughter. I was just too afraid to believe it. Please, forgive me.
Felicia nodded, unable to speak as fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. Marisol gave them a soft, encouraging smile, then stepped back to give them space. Alina wiped at her own eyes, exchanging a glance with Father Matthias, who gave a small, grateful nod. Felicia's mother led her to a nearby chair, and they sat close, holding hands as they spoke in hushed, tearful tones. The cleanup continued in quiet reverence, but the atmosphere had shifted. Alina felt a warmth spreading through her chest. Hope, fragile but real, like the first light after a long, dark night. As they finished stacking the last of the chairs, Alina couldn't help but smile. Maybe, just maybe, they were beginning to heal.